Oh man, the crazy schedule that we've been doing the past couple of days caught up to me today, guys. I feel like doo doo, just doo doo. I have another coffee. Uh, Woof. Right. Hello. Do you feel like you're dying now? That's how I was yesterday. I No, I'm just tired. I'm not that bad. I'm just tired. How's the snow? Mostly gone, actually. Mostly gone. Yesterday you felt like you were
Discovery,
being
go
dragged
at
down the
throttle up.
road on your face. Jeez. Sawyer, tier 2, 100 months. 100, time to do 100 more.
Discovery, go at throttle
Jim,
up.
95 months right after that. Fractal had a 100-month resub too. A lot of people had 100 months. Man, I'm sure whatever I was doing 100 months ago was pretty good. I hope you feel better,
Discovery,
Sandwich.
go
You
at
feel
throttle
better
up.
today. Nice. Yeah, no, I'll be all right. Yeah, low start.
Discovery,
That's all.
go at throttle up.
I guess so, article. Yeah, so guys, I don't see any road closures for the day, so we'll we'll see what happens. I believe mission mode. Yeah. Found this, not sure if you saw it, a contract opportunity for Vulcan Centaur 5 upper stage. Yeah, that's the Jofok. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, this is the Jofok. We covered this a little while back. It's the justification for other than full and open competition. So you can Jofok yourself. The last bit in the trailer for the Butch interview. Yeah. Yeah, that was linked to me by multiple people. Yeah, they didn't seem too happy. Barry Wilmore, former NASA astronaut, was on. He was on Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan's that guy's name. Lycan. Yeah. Uh, why? Why must my X feed be riddled with stuff like this? Why? Why? I don't. I don't want to see that again. I don't. Man. What are you gonna do? Rip Tomcats. Were those F-15s? No. Those are F-14s. Sucks. Those, so, some context. Those were the last airworthy F-14s in the world. And, they are not airworthy anymore. They're not. No, yeah, all of them are safe in a bunker in Colorado. Better go out in combat. I wouldn't call that combat. I'm sure there's some parts that are usable somewhere, maybe. Now they're ain't ground worthy. Yeah, they're nothing worthy. That one One of those just really, really, it must have been fueled or something, dude. This one on the right, that guy must have had fuel on board. Because there's no plane left. This one had some, you know, that one's, you know, that's got a wing that's still good, right? Like that one though, that one's not, and whatever that thing is, that's gone. I don't know what. Look on the bright side. They will live on as decals on American planes. Yep. I thought there were more F-14s out there. So, without getting into too much geopolitical nonsense.
Discovery,
so,
go at throttle.
Like in the late 70s, Grumman signed a deal for an export fighter to the Shah of Iran. Okay? So the Shah was a very pro-West leader of Iran. And then he got overthrown for kind of being a jerk, I guess, let's say. Right? Let's not get too into it. So Iran became a hostile government, right? And the U.S. had sold, as an export fighter, 80 F-14As, and they delivered 79 of them. So ever since then, they've been using F-14s, our F-14s, for whatever. They used them in the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s. And the only F-14 ace pilots out there are Iranian, believe it or not. So, you know, fast forward to 2005, right? The U.S. government is about to retire the Tomcat, our F-14D Tomcat, F-14 Deltas, right? They're about to retire them. And they got wind that Iran got caught trying to purchase parts for their F-14s, even though we don't like them, right? And so the U.S. government heard about that and then destroyed all the supply chains for the F-14, retired the thing, not because of this, but this had a lot to do with it. They retired it because it got replaced by the Super Hornet, believe it or not. So they retired the F-14, right? And then because they were worried about Iranians buying parts on the black market, they scrapped the entire fleet. Not only the entire fleet, all the parts, all the spares, all the engines, everything. They left they had a couple of F-14As, and that's about it. And then a couple of, like, the F-14D test article, flight test article is still around. It's at Intrepid. It's the only F-14D, like, around anywhere. And then scrapped basically the entire fleet. So yeah, like, the museum pieces are all super old F-14s that had already been, like, donated, and basically the entire airworthy fleet of F-14s were scrapped. We have a couple. You can count on two hands the amount of F-14 Deltas that are still around in, like, U.S. Navy inventory. There's an F-14 near you in NorCal. Like, they're still around, but when I say we scrapped the entire fleet, like, look at the F-14 production numbers. 712 F-14s built. We scrapped like 670 of them. There's like a couple here and there, but that's about it. And 79 of those were in Iran, and, well, whatever was airworthy after 50 years is now gone. So there are no airworthy F-14s in existence in the world. That's why that picture sucks. Hey, Shazbird, thank you for the bits. And then Everest had another bit too. Morning. Most of the F-14s that are in museums, guys, are F-14As, which they retired them because they suck. Or they converted them to F-14Bs or Cs or D. Yeah, all of Iran's fighters were F-14s or F-14As with TF-30s, and they're not the best. That engine, it's underpowered, so they're not the best, but yeah, they're yeah. War never changes. So yeah, there are F-14s around in museums and stuff. Like, that's the YF-14. That's at Cradle of Aviation. Intrepid has one of the only F-14 Deltas on display anywhere. Because that was the flight test article for the F-14D program. Yeah, see, Museum of Flight has an F-14. That's an A model. You see, most of the Gate Guardians and stuff are all F-14As. Look. But yeah, interesting, huh? Did NASA ever use F-14s? I don't know. Wasn't the F-14 nuclear capable? Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it was really designed around the, what is it? The, oh, what's the name of that missile? It's a three digit. The Phoenix, that's it. That's what it is. It was designed around the Phoenix missile. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it was... The AIM-54. It was designed around that thing. According to Gemini, NASA used F-14s for research between 79 and 87. Yeah. The one in NorCal is supposedly an F-14D as well. There's a couple of them. Yeah. There's a little bit. But, dude, out of 700 planes, like, that's all that's left right there. What you see on this screen. I mean, there's a good amount of them left, but none of them are airworthy. All the supply chains for it were scrapped. Like, everything. They didn't want Iran getting any more parts for them. So, yeah. Crazy. What's the difference between them? F-14As have a different engine. They have TF-30s, and then they switched them to a... I have to look. They switched from a TF-30, which is not, like, the best motor around. They switched them to GE F-110s. That thing. That guy. Wait, they designed the plane around a weapon? I mean, the F-14 could carry more, but yeah, it was... Wouldn't be the first time, dude. You think B-52s are designed around dropping a lot of bombs or shooting cruise missiles? They're not designed. They're designed to carry a nuke on board. Wouldn't be the first time we design a plane for a specific type of munition. Miss that kind of thinking. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to play Kerbal. I want a shot, guys. Believe me, I'm talking to you guys about F-14s and stuff because I'm trying to wake up. I want to talk about that X-76 more. So, DARPA... DARPA released a press thing about a critical design review for their X-76 airplane. And it seems to be a tilt rotor style aircraft with retractable blades. Don't forget to spin up the YouTubes. Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, let me go live on YouTube. I'll be right back. In 5, 4, 3. What's going on, YouTube? Today we're going to try to mess with the X-76, the DARPA X-76. As of this stream, it's March 11th, 2026. DARPA released a critical design review yesterday for this airplane, for this new airplane that they're working on. It is a tilt rotor with foldable blades, and we're going to try to build one today. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Before anybody asks, no road closures today, so I'm not sure how much tank watching we're going to do. But, yeah, we'll see. I got Kerbal fired up here. And, yeah, it's been a little bit. I'm going to try to make one in KSP. Is it a newer Osprey? It's not really the same, except for the fact that it's a tilt rotor, but, oh, man, it's been a bit. It's been a bit. Let's see. That's the fun thing of the artist rendering. It doesn't even include anything to indicate the wings can swivel. I guess. Oh, man, it's been a bit. It has been a bit. All right. So, fellas, the first thing that I want to attempt is to try and build the sled that they made. Where is it? Oh, crap. I lost the sled. I lost the sled footage. Crap. So, what... We got to work on the blade folding mechanism. DARPA was doing some testing at Holloman Air Force Base with a rig to do this. And I got to find that footage real quick. I don't know where it went. Oh, Animal, you still have the link. Thank God. There it is. Oh, we can't listen to the music. There we go. Here we go. This thing. Not gonna lie, you've missed the burble streams. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. So here, check it out. Hey, Wild Bitch, 15 bucks. Ski Green Walk throws a touchdown pass on first play. Check it out. What the heck even is that? It's a thing. Looking forward to watching some KSP today. Yeah, there you go. Look, hey, there it is. So this was a rig to test the retractable blades. We're going to need to build, well, basically that. That's what we got to build. We have to try to test our retractable blades just like DARPA did. So the cool thing about the X-76 is that it can operate like a helicopter. It takes off vertically, and then they feather the prop, right? They feather the prop, which means the prop's blades can turn, right? They turn them to basically being parallel with laminar flow. So they don't generate any lift. It stops, and then it retracts the swash plate, or it extends the swash plate with the collective. But when it does that, when the blades are in the stowed position, they actually retract. And then they get clamped into position so they don't move. Yeah, how about that, huh? How about that? How about that? That thing looks so goofy going down the track. All I could say is good luck. Yeah. Yeah. So the idea is that you can make a VTOL, right? Like the V22, but it could go faster because the blades can retract and a jet engine can turn on. If you notice, this thing has a jet engine in the there's a jet engine at the bottom of the rig. So the propellers do not become their own jet engine. How this, as far as we can tell, how this design is actually going to work is the propellers are going to be driven by a turbo shaft that's in the fuselage of the vehicle. In the fuselage. It's actually not a turbo shaft jet hybrid. It's not. The actual X76, we chat actually went and found the patents for this. So how this is going to work is there's two engines in here. There's two engines. One back here is a regular turbojet. Just a regular jet engine. See it right there? And it has two intakes on the sides. And then up front, right around here, there is a turboshaft engine. And the turboshaft, it's a helicopter engine, will it will drive a centralized gearbox that synchronizes the blades and has a drive shaft that goes out to the rotor mechanisms. How fast is this thing supposed to go? Well, DARPA has, it's part of DARPA's Sprint program. The Sprint program is Speed and Runway Independent Technologies. So that's definitely a backronym. 400 knots is what the stakeholder expectation is for that. It also supposedly has swept wings. Like it can move its wings like an F-14, supposedly. Like the wings can go back and, you know, the engines just, yeah. We haven't seen any renders of that. I'm not sure what's going on there, but. High subsonic with VTOL, like a helicopter, has been a military dream for a while. Yep. Something tells you it's made by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. I don't know, it's like written on the wing. That might have something to do with it. All right, so I want to try to build something similar to it. Not the exact thing. I'm not sure I'll be able to do the two-engine, a single turbo shaft driving the entire thing. I might be able to do it. It would be a wee bit complicated. But before I really get any further, guys, before we even get any further, I have to test something. We have to build that sled. The reason why I got to build that sled is because I have to see if retracting blades in KSP does anything. Does it change the aerodynamic profile in Kerbal? It does it in real life, but that doesn't mean it would be useful in KSP. KSP's aerodynamics aren't exactly the same. Unnecessarily complicated. Jared, is it bad if I'm kind of with you on this one? Yeah. Two engines in the fuselage, one for your turbojet and the other one for turboshaft. Like, okay. So what I'm going to do, what we need to do is, well, I need something that goes high subsonic. I need an airplane in KSP that I already have that goes high subsonic, and we need to, I'm basically, well, you know what would be better? Just put a helicopter blade on the back of this thing and see where it goes. So this is my Curb 1000. It's a narrow body 4-engine plane. Think like a 757 with more engines. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Chris. How are we this wonderful Wednesday? We're doing just fine. Let me get the music going. And we will test this out. There we go. Last. So this is an attempt to make a smaller version of the B-36, to burning, to smoking, to choking, to more for accounted for. Yeah, yeah. It's exactly like the B-36 in every way, but one. It's nothing like it. Yeah, it's nothing like it. It's a completely different airplane. What the hell's the matter with you? No, it's not like that at all. Like, I get what you're trying to say, but no. I don't think so. No. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I am going to take this thing. I'm gonna put a little bit of robotic action up here, right? And then I'm gonna take a helicopter blade. There are helicopter blades in this. I actually forgot where they were for a second. There. Chinooks have 2 engines. Blackhawks have 2 engines. Most helicopters have 2 engines, but they're twin turbo shafts. So what we're ultimately trying to see here, oh, that's not straight. What we're ultimately trying to see here is how the blade is going to react. How the blade's going to react when we retract the thing. Actually, you know what? One more thing that we're going to do. I need to be able to see the aerodynamics, and I don't want it to go into the fairing by accident. So give me one of these. There. Got a little pylon mount. Yeah, that we don't want a propeller blade. We need, well, actually the propeller blade would probably be better. Okay. Let's fly. Let's see. Because if this doesn't work, then kind of like, nah, I don't know if I want to make one, but we'll see. All right. That said, it ends up being compared to the B-36 and ends up being about as useful. Why do you... Oh, whatever. All right, let's just make sure that my control surfaces work with this. All right. APU is on. We got power. All the engines are on. Control surfaces. No wheel authority. All right. Okay, that was a little bit of a strange takeoff. It's probably the plane, though. All right. So, this is going to be tested is in the low subsonic. Like, obviously the blade's going to be down here. All right. So if we're up here, we turn on our aero overlay. What's going on here? I was making drag with this thing. This plane sucks. I can make a better plane. Alright, look. See that up there? That arrow is how they make the blades work. So, like this, when the blade is straight on like that, something in the very front of this plane is making insane amounts of drag and it wants to pull the nose down, but that's more of the plane's design than what we're trying to test for. Alright, so down here we're making 147 kilonewtons of drag. Now what happens if we go, so let's pin that window and we gotta watch these numbers. What happens if we take this and we doesn't make a difference. Damn. Are you using propeller blades or helicopter blades? It's propeller. Would it make a difference if it was folded behind an object? No, not in KSP. The hinge drag made a difference, but not so much with the blade. Possible roadblock. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Read last. NSF mods have stated security has started to kick people out, and the box fan vent has kicked on periodically. Yeah, okay, the roadblock, I get it. Have you seen Race Day DLC for cities? Yeah. I'm really annoyed because I just started doing this. But whatever. I was... Huh. Static fire is possible today? I would say it's on the menu, sure. Alright, well, let's bring this plane in for a landing then. Shoot. So, the hinge makes a difference, but not the propeller. We should do testing with helicopter blades just to see what happens. Could you get away with a smaller hinge? I would be curious to see that. Alright, let's dial in an approach here. Alright, throttling back. See if EJ still has this. We've done one test, Tessa. Please, for the love of Christ. I know. We gotta... Why are those deployed? Yeah, I mean, we gotta... There is some stuff we gotta test, dude. I only did one test, though. Because the propeller blade was really what I was after. But, you know what? You're right. There's more we need to test, but we'll get to it. Plane needs variable. You know what? The other thing that I kind of want to do is I just want to make like just want to engineer a plane. Because this plane has, yeah, this plane doesn't, you know, it flies really good for a 2019 EJ build. Because that's what it is. 2026 EJ build could be way better than this. But, yeah, or I could just get a better plane. I'm sure I have plenty of better builds in here. This plane generates an insane amount of lift. Minimums. 50, 40, 30, stall. Oh, it looked like that approach from her. It looked like that approach from that 777. That we watched the other day. We watched the 777 land, and it looked like that. Security has blocked the road at pad entrance near Star Hopper, kicking people out now. Still got a while to do some KSP until the show starts. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Did you see the pocket landing? I think so. 737 that busted the front gear earlier today. Haven't seen that. What's going on with Booster 19? Well, Dino, they started to close the roads, so more testing. What that testing is, brother? I don't know. Here, let's see if I have a better plane lying around. The Curve 1000 is a pretty good plane, but you know, it feels, the plane flies like I made the front of it out of a bunch of spare parts, which is not that far from the truth. You know what would be a really good plane to test this with? The K92. And if you have not seen a lot of Kerbal streams, you have no idea what that means. This is more of a this decade EJ build. This thing's fun. K92 is actually one of my better planes that we've made. Just one more blade, bro. I'm thinking about how we would do this. Jeez, Angry Butcher. Dude, I remember I was flying into DC Reagan. And first of all, to the pilot's credit, that approach sucks. That approach sucks if you're coming from the north. You have to, like, do the Death Star trench run down the Potomac River, and then at the last second, turn to the runway and land. But the guy bounced. He bounced the freaking plane. And it was a little sketch. I'm like... Because dude, I don't know about you guys. When a plane's coming in for a landing, I'm going through the landing in my head. You know, like, okay. You know, from the second they dial in like 5 degrees of flaps during the approach, I'm like, okay, all right, flaps at 5. All right, cool. All right. You know, and then when you enter, like when you get near the airport, I'm like, okay, there's your minimums, right? 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown, right? And I was doing it in my head, and I was like 50, 40, oh gosh, we're going a little fast, 50, 20, you know, like, and then the plane came down again, and I'm like, okay. Almost as bad as old Hong Kong. I don't know if it's like Kai Tak, but it's, yeah, the northern approach to Reagan is... Sometimes I got to do that. It's wind shear. Yeah, no, credit where credit is due. That approach sucked. But, yeah, let's see. What else do we have that we could use to screw around with? The K92 is good, but... yeah, you know what? We can use this. This is fine. This will work. Let me... all right. Tessa, we're gonna go the poopy doopiest hinge, right? Let's get the most dookie hinge around that we have, right? And get the biggest helicopter blade, right? You think that would be a good one? Hey, Lefty, how's the car build going? Yeah, dude, it has been a long time. Whoa, it took me a second, man. Yeah, the car build's going okay. In there. I actually am in repairing the driver or the passenger side rockers right now. I have parts painted that are painted with weld through primer. They're pretty much ready to go. Yeah, we just have to do it. This tank watching stuff is really screwing with me. It's screwing with my internal schedule. But, yeah, that's what's going on. But yeah, car build is going great. I'm still working on it. Dude, Lefty, it's been a little while. I'm thinking like, okay, let's see if I'm still good at this, right? I'm thinking like 8-9 months since the last time you were popping around in here. Am I in the ballpark? I was probably working on the frame rails last time you saw it, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, probably. Are you yeah probablying me? Could they launch in the rain? Yeah, probably. All right. We got tangs now. Yeah. Trunk pan, something like that. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right. Still decent at that. So my thing is, do the helicopters... I don't... See, Hellfish, here's my problem. I don't think the helicopter blades have as crazy of a deploy angle. Yeah, see, there's our problem. The helicopter blades don't have a full 90-degree pitch angle. That's an issue with what we're trying to do. We would need to use the... what do we have? We have the little dinky propeller blade. No. Yeah. We got tanks, son. Yeah, see, the thing is that you can't feather those propeller blades, or the helicopter blades. You can feather these things. Look, they have up to 90-degree deployment, so we have 180 degrees of go there. Right? Put them on a small rotor and see what happens. This is gonna, I mean... This is gonna be like the straight up goofiest thing you've ever seen me fly. Well, no, the cuckoo clock, the flying cuckoo clock was probably the weirdest one. I made a helicopter and it ended up looking like a cuckoo clock one time. But it had one engine driving like 4 blades or something, and I built gears in Kerbal using RCS parts. So, what's the purpose of the top rotor? So, Butcher, what I'm trying to do is test feathering. What I want to do is test prop feathering and test retractable blades. I want to see if it makes a difference aerodynamically in KSP. Obviously, it makes a difference in real life. You know, the blade not being this big thing that's being exposed to laminar flow is a real big deal. But if it's behind in real life, it's behind that little shroud right there, right? And you don't, you know... this thing has a much lower profile, right? You don't nearly make as much drag. You love the tuk-tuk? Tuk-tuk is a good design. Goofiest thing so far. Actually, dude, Peace Boy, hold on a second. Yeah, the thrust vector controller was pretty funny. That was awesome. Oh God, no, not that. That thing is a death trap. That thing is good. That'll get you killed. This thing, however, will probably also get you killed, but it's really cool looking. Did I ever figure out control systems for this? Blade pitch. Yaw. That's yaw in hover mode. Okay. Tilt. Oh God. This is fine. You know what? Let's, we can use this for testing. That's not really the tuk-tuk that I wanted. It's got failed dart recovery juices all over it. Why you gotta go bring that up? Scott, you sent a DM of a 777 bouncing at Heathrow. That's the one that, dude, that's the one I was talking about. This is what happens when you try to land a plane because you have to go to the bathroom. I'm speeding because I have to poop. This is from Big Jet TV. Watch this. Now, I know that plane doesn't look very big in this shot. That's a 777. It is a wide body. Those G90s right there, right? See the two G90s? That is the diameter of a Falcon 9's fuselage. Just for some reference here. That's not a small plane, okay? A little bit of a crosswind. A little bit of a crosswind. You got this. Oh, that plane is huge, dude. Now, I'll let you guys figure out why you should have probably gone around. No, 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 no. Stop it. Stop. Okay. Code Brown indeed. Bro, that poor 777. What are you doing? Edmana, is that the shot that I think it is? Yeah, look at JMH. Look at, just quick side note, guys. While we're talking about planes, look what JMH got footage of. Here, I'll link this footage up so you guys can see it over in the YouTube chat too. That poor landing gear. Yeah, Dan. AMPs at Heathrow watching this going, oh, no. Look at that. Hey, why is the sky missing pixels? So, we have a KC-135. Sky's missing some pixels in a chase plane. That's the first. JMH got the first B-21. He got the first B-21 refuel test flight, in-flight refuel test flight. Dude, I didn't realize the Raider's wingspan was that big. Look at it compared to the KC-135. That's a big plane, dude. Look at that thing. Dude, that. Oy. Oy. Actually, while we're on the subject, I want to show you guys something that I found yesterday. It's a tiny bit smaller than a B2. I knew it was smaller than a B2, but yeah, no, Phil, I knew the B2 is gigantic. That's what people don't understand. The B2 is huge. That's a gigantic airplane. I've seen one fly. Like, I'm sure some people have seen them too. It's big. It's a big plane. Like, you see it next to a B-52, you're like, huh, that's not, okay. I thought the B-21 was like F-14 size, maybe? I mean, the F-14's a big, bulky plane if you've ever seen one. But there is an account around. There's an account around of some plane spotters in the UK that caught some pretty good takeoff footage. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'll find it. I'll find it. Did you know about the MIL V12? Yes. Yeah. How much, what do you want to lift? Everything. I mean, the Russians made some big helicopters. See, Fluffy, I thought the opposite. I thought the B-52 was gigantic. That thing's huge. It's like bigger than a well, not bigger, almost as big as a 747. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Give me 1 second. This'll do. Whose footage is this? Doesn't matter. Check this out. This might be a little loud, I forget. So I'm just gonna warn headphone users just in case. Okay, yeah. There's the... Yeah, there's no sound on this one, but also... Full reheat on 4 engines. I'm not gonna sit here and say that that thing's not carrying something heavy, because it's carrying something heavy. Kinetic energy experiments. Yeah, I gotta go find that other footage somewhere. But anyway, let's get back over here. K29AGR2, I think, is the one we want. Yes. This is the one we want to screw around with. So this is probably the closest thing that I have to the X76. Let me show you what it does. I'm going to remind everybody here, I never dialed in the K29AGR2. The last time I worked on it was exactly 4 years ago. Bro, I was working on this like last year. I swear. The man. Zero. What? Can we just pretend that that didn't happen, dude? Like, can we just pretend that that didn't happen? There's sound. You have it muted. Okay. Well, I'm not trying to blow out anybody's eardrums here. I'll do that with Kerbal. Ready? All right. So, what this thing is designed to do, it's not an Osprey. This is an auto gyro. Okay? So what we have to do is fire up those engines right there. Okay, ready? So this is an auto gyro. It takes off like a helicopter, right? And then we can tilt the blades back and switch to straight engine power. Now, the cool thing about this, guys, look at the blades. If you notice in some cuckoo clock stuff going around on the outsides of this, I built a synchro mesh gear. The blades are in sync as best as they can be in Kerbal. Sometimes that makes it want to get angry at you, but you know, whatever. So look, blades are synchronized. You have to do this in any type of twin rotor aircraft. It doesn't matter if it's a rotary ring, fixed wing, whatever. Like a V-22, CH-47, CH-46, the S-280, SB-1 Defiant, to talk Warsaw Pact stuff, KA-25, right? KA-52. Anytime you have twin rotors, they have to be synchronized. They have to be synced to be 180 off of each other, just like that. In real life, you have to do that because the gyroscopic precession from spinning that much mass makes a helicopter want to do this. And it makes it want to spin. That's why helicopters that have a single rotor have a tail rotor at the back that's preventing that from happening, right? But for twin rotor designs, you have to have them synced. If they're not synced, it introduces, I mean, it'll work, but it'll introduce all different types of vibrations. There's videos out there of what happens to a CH-47 if the blades aren't in sync, and the differential gyroscopic precession rips the fuselage in half. Yeah. Don't want that. So this, in Kerbal, it doesn't make that much of a difference. We don't have metal fatigue in Kerbal, so I mean, you do to an extent, but not to real life at all. But it does make the plane fly a lot smoother if you sync the blades. So like my blades are in sync right now, and look at how smooth this thing is. You don't see it weeble wobbling around. Jeb, how you doing? Oh, he's doing all right. Yeah, Peace Boy, I think most people would prefer not getting ripped in half, you know? I never got this thing to auto gyro correctly in synchronous going fast, but it does fly really, really well. It's designed to just move Kerbals around. If anybody cares, it's like a short, it basically it's filling the need of a helicopter. This is the closest thing I have to the X-97. I'm wondering if we could take this thing and convert it. We could do a variation of the tuk-tuk and convert it to doing this. Now, my synchronizer rotor, right? My synchro rotor is an electric rotor. That's it. It's what it is. It's an electric motor. I could replace that with a turbo shaft. And I could unpower these turbo shafts out here, right? Just put an electric rotor out there, right? And have the electric rotor be unpowered and have the turbo shaft using the gears drive the blades, just like what the X-76 is supposed to do. Right? But what we would want to do is figure out a way to make the retraction mechanism work. If we're using two ring gears, right? Like what I'm using there, I should be able to rotate. We should be able to make this thing tilt. It's not an issue because of the way I have my gears set up for driving the rotors. Can you explain the Gear Wars? If you haven't heard about the Gear Wars, I envy you. Now, here's the cool part about this, just in case anybody else is wondering, like, oh, does it tilt? Can it go into flight mode? Yes and no. So here, check this out. We just gotta throttle up the... There we go. Oh, doesn't like that. If we throttle up the Weasley engines, right? And we power down my main rotors... Put the gear up. So, check it out. Main rotors are off, right? And then if we engage our secondary flight mode, collective flight mode, play. Hang on. It's working, but it's not working very well. Get all kinds of crazy oscillations here. Give me 1 second. Huh. Yeah, okay, it is working. So, it is a little bit gallopy, but... So check this out. These are working... They're -10 deploy. Okay. Those are working as an auto gyro that's keeping me... That's generate... Whoa. Okay. Shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we need to adjust the tilt on the motors. Let me... This is probably not something you should be doing in flight, but, you know... Something is binding up my rotors and preventing them from tilting. Oh. We had conflicting cals. There we go. She's working now. So check this out. Now, it'll fly like an airplane. It flies like an airplane, and the blades are actually... Notice how my rotor blades are tilted back a little bit. They're into the wind, right? That causes them to pinwheel, and it increases their blade RPM. Increasing their RPM by having them slightly tilted back generates crazy amounts of lift. And that is what our wings are. So now, if we punch this thing and command full throttle from it, it'll fly like an airplane. That is not wanted. Like I said, probably shouldn't be messing around with this thing, changing all of its characteristics mid-flight, but... Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. This is fine. Let's power up my blades. Get her back into helicopter mode. This is where I'd be punching out. We're way too close to the ground. If y'all enabled, I got it. We saved it. I saved it. I saved it. I saved it. Ha ha! Sucker! Broke it again. I broke it again. I broke it again. It's broken. It's not happy. It's really angry with us. But it is working. The gears are actually staying. Oh no, I slipped the gear. Oh, we are dead. We need to get back to the runway like fast. We slipped the gear. Look at the left gear. Oh no. Haha. We jammed the mesh. I don't know how we're gonna land. Maybe I can... Yeah, my blades are no longer in sync. Okay, how do I fix this? How do I fix this? How do I fix this? Let's go here. Let me go to AG0, right? It's not bound to anything. Disable same vessel interaction, right? Pop that back into position. Re-enable SVI. Go into my AGs. Back that out. Re-engage the collective. We're still jammed. Okay, alright, we gotta throttle down. See if I can get that blade to spin up by inducing the helicopter engines. There we go. Are we in sync? Oh my gosh, we resynchronized it. How did that... Dude. Okay. Alright, we resynced it. Alright, get out of that flight mode. Re-enable the differential yaw while we're in helicopter mode. Torque limiter is active. Alright, cool. Like I said, I don't have this thing dialed in. It's not totally dialed in. But we could adjust this thing to get it to work. Is my collective enabled? Collective is not enabled. Re-enabling collective control. We have good response. Are we still in sync? Blades are in sync. RPMs are in sync. Synchronizer is still doing its job. You lucky melon farmer. Helps when you design the thing, dude. Woof. We almost bought it. We almost bought the farm, Marty. But we could use this for our X76 prototype. This is the perfect candidate for it. It already has almost everything we need, dudes. Oh. Tower has a number for me to call. It was a test flight. I don't have a number to call, but I have a lot of paperwork to fill out, dude. We need better gears? I don't know, Tessa. Those ones just held up pretty damn good for what I just put this thing through. I would argue that we don't need better gears. I need a better bearing in a journal. I could probably make something. Starting with toilet paperwork. For real, though. Woof. The U.S. lost to Italy in baseball? Who was on the Italian team? Was it like, yeah, Zelencio. That's my thing. I didn't realize the Italians liked baseball or played baseball. I mean, I'm happy that they, you know, they like the great American pastime, but the Italian World Baseball Classic team was all born in the United States. Okay. But yeah, I think the K29 is a good candidate for our X76 prototype. It's almost exactly what we're looking for. And the thing is superbly maneuverable, except when the rotor pops out. When the rotor pops out, we got a big problem. Italy hammered England in rugby? Rugby? Guys, that's like your sport. What the hell? I mean, aside from your football, you know, like... Cricket. I would say the Australians appropriated cricket. Yeah, see what other Kerbal vehicle you know can do this. Damn, son, when'd you build this? I'm sorry, I haven't flown this thing in a little bit. I forgot how fun it is to fly. Gonna do a barrel roll? Yeah. Once. My goal for when, like, the reason why I built something like this, I mean, I didn't just build it for a party trick, even though it can do that. It can do a lot of cool things. I built this because what I really wanted to do is explore Kerbin. I built planes like this and vehicles like this were built for a project that I did a long time ago that I never finished called the Kerbal Exploration Initiative, or KEI for short. It was basically a project that I wanted to do to just explore Kerbin. Like, Kerbin has all these coasts and seashores and stuff, and the other thing is that, like, if we were in my mission mode saves, dude, in my MM2 rules, MM2 is a rule set, not the second mission mode save that I've played. With the rule set that I kind of self-imposed, if you didn't land in, like, a 2.5 kilometer radius, if you didn't land within 2,500 at KSC, you couldn't recover it. So if I had a capsule with Kerbals that came down and landed out here, good. Do you want them back? Go and get them. SpaceX has to go send a boat out to freaking go and get the thing, right? SMHKEI. Yeah, that we should probably change the name, Sam. That has different context nowadays. Can it play Doom? Edmana, that whole thing brings new meaning to the phrase brain rot. Right? So I built this as actual SNR recovery vehicles. Okay, you gotta pull up. The ground's coming up, EJ. Actually, dudes, you know, with the exception of me stressing the thing out and breaking it, this thing is performing quite nicely. But with tilt rotors, it could be amazing. All right. Is the roadblock up? I don't see it. All right, Jeb, let's bring this thing back down onto the runway. And let's recover it, and we'll see how she plays out. How about Kerbal Observation of Grounds via Exploration, or COJ? So, like, once upon a time, guys, I built planes like this, and then I built ships. I built carrier ships for them to fly around in. For them to be stowed in and stuff. Like, you know, an older version of this had jet engines with a gyroscope to hover around, right? And I built an entire carrier to basically move to sail around Kerbin. I forget what kind of killed that project. We found something cool and new to do, and that was the end of that. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there it is. There's my K-29 carrier ship. Oh, we were trying something with that thing. Was it view count though, Sawyer? It may have been, dude, as much as I hate saying that. Yeah, I think we modified this to try and make screws for it. But yeah, this thing has a hangar deck where you could store these things. Yeah. Sawyer, it may have been part count, dude. It may have been part count. That might have been the reason why I'd never, it's screwy, all right. I think I stopped doing it because even though, like, you could land on this thing, no problem, right? If I loaded out, like, 5 of them, this thing ended up being, at the time, like, 1,000 parts, and that was no good. 1,000 parts for Canard, for my new computer, is nothing. But this is not designed for the new plane. It's designed for the old ones. But yeah, I had whole carriers. Like, I had fleets of... Well, not fleets. I had 2 or 3 of these things, and we started sailing around KSP. I brought them down to the south coast of the continent that KSC is on, and I started building an outpost down there and stuff. I don't have the Midway loaded up here, King. Are you gonna see Project Hail Mary? Yeah, probably. But the first thing we want to do is get... Let's go K-29 AGR2. And let's go K-29 X-76. Tuck, tilt, stowable, tilt, rotor, prototype. Modified 3/11/26. It may have been Sawyer. I think I think people liked it, but if it takes like 6 hours to sail like 100 kilometers, dude, it would take weeks to sail around Kerbin with that simulation rate. We even had talked, I think, back in the day of, I'm pretty sure we talked back in the day of, what did I think? What would have been a good idea? I think we thought of, like, me sailing the ship, like leaving KSP on, and then going to bed, and the ship sailing across Kerbin, like at 30 knots or something, and then coming back and, you know, but I didn't want to do that because if it crashes into the ocean, if it like runs aground, that's a lot of work down the tube for no reason. Yeah. Yeah. How many parts is this? This is 196 parts. It's the gear. The gear mesh makes it a little bit tough. I'm also trying to see how I made this and why I have an I-beam back here. I'm pretty sure I have that I-beam there to balance the system out. Because it has an open rear flight deck. Or an open rear deck here. There's no fuselage back there. We could put fuselage back there. I could extend this, but I do like the compact design. This thing was only really designed to just go and get Kerbals. That's the whole idea. Like, if I have a recovery ship, right? And I send the recovery ship out there and we get the capsule, right? We get the Kerbals out of the capsule and then I can bring the Kerbals back to KSC. The idea, though, is that this can cover an extremely long distance really, really quickly because it can go into plane mode. It's not just a helicopter. It's not going to take hours to get out to the recovery zone. That was the whole idea. This is a Tuk-Tuk, Hillness. Believe it or not. It is a highly modified version of the original Tuk-Tuk, but that's what it is. Yeah, if you squint at it, it's there. That's the original K-29 fuselage that I've just modified it a lot over the years. It's this thing, K-29B. The original, that's the original thing. The I-beams are still in the same spots and the nacelles are still in the same spots. Same exact design, but I replaced it with a fairing when we did the K-29D, or the AGR-2 variant. But yeah, it is the Tuk-Tuk. It's a highly modified version of it. That's a lot, let's just say it's a lot more realistic, right? You name that thing the OV-10 Bronkerb. It does, dude, the AGR-2 definitely gives off some Bronco vibes. Yeah, Dan, I absolutely see it. So, what we would need to do is figure out the stowable propeller mechanism here. I'm just trying to think about how we would do that. But yeah, so, Hillness, what I eventually did was put the Tuk-Tuk's fuselage inside of a fairing to make it fly better. And we have the doubled over fairing design to make a nice nose cone for it. And it does look good, doesn't it? It looks real nice. It looks like, I don't know, it looks realistic to me. Now, the synchronizers. If we're gonna do this, I'm gonna have to sit here and study how I put this thing together. But guys, I have to use the restroom real quick. When I get back, we'll start converting this into an X76. I want this to be a full tilt rotor. I think it would be good. I'll be right back. I have a meeting in the bathroom for like 5 minutes. Be back 1 second. Hey, we have to evacuate the boil off propellants to. Waste tanks evacuated. All right, so let's get to this. Reminds you of a vertibird pashto? Yeah, it's got some vertibird vibes. Okay, how are we gonna do this? I gotta kind of see what we did here. So I see, oh, okay. Oh. Did you wash your hands? Duh. Of course, man. So, just out of curiosity, we could tilt this thing. That system's already in place. But that's gonna run into some problems if we do, huh? I already put the rotors in here for the auto gyro tilting mechanism to be able to handle it. And then we have our forward thrust control. What is this thing bound to? Why do I have that on an individual control? I don't know. All right, what's that? That's the differential yaw, so that allows the blades to do that, right? Okay. Oh yeah, Dan, there you go. Will it fly with the smaller blades? I don't know. We would probably want to give it the propeller S blades, huh? Ugh. All right. This had blade type B on it. Let's take a look. Relative wing area is 0.4. I suppose that's something we should probably test right away, huh? So, what is my collective max deflection here? 10. Okay. All right, cool. Let's rip these off. They're not in sim? Those aren't those. Oh. Oh, they can't be because they're opposites. So you have to make the blades, you have to install them individually. I remember now. Hey, Alangar. All right, now this thing has to rotate. That one rotates clockwise and that one has to rotate counterclockwise. So we need to mirror the blade. Yikes. Okay. I mean, guys, for what it's worth, I'm pretty sure this will fly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll do it. Let me rebind my collective here. Open the editor. Let's go into our action groups here. Go into collective, go here, and we want to bind the deploy angle. And what we do is we set the first key at -90 for collective pitch downward. And then what I like to do is put a dead zone at 2.50, or actually I go to 2.4, set that value to 0, right? Flatten that curve, go over here, set this one to 2.6, so there's a little bit of a dead zone controller, set that value to 0, flatten that, and then go and take this and set it to +10 on the deflection. That way, if we go right click on the blade and we hit deploy, when we go through, see the blade? It collectively pitches down or collectively pitches up. Cool. All right, now what we got to do is just go into the deploy angle on every one of these. And then we need to copy and paste that exact same curve a bunch of times. Now what I got to do is just do a control checkout. See, it's not moving all of them, so we have to set those to deploy, right? We have to set them into the deployed state to get the collective to work correctly. There we go. Now, I still, with any helicopter, guys, in KSP, I always end up binding the collective. I bind the collective to throttle, and then, because that's much more like a helicopter. A helicopter doesn't really have a throttle quadrant. You can command different blade RPM on your collective. So like with a typical helicopter, right? You have the joystick, so to speak, is what's called a cyclic. What that does is that modulates it modulates pitch on a blade that's spinning depending on what direction the joystick is in. So basically, as a blade rotates around, a cyclic, right? If you went to the right, a cyclic, when the blade was on the left side of the helicopter, it would increase the pitch over there. And then as the blade rotates around to the right side, it would decrease the pitch or zero it out. That creates a modulating center of lift with your helicopter. And if your center of lift moves to the left side of your center of mass, it's going to cause a roll, right? No, left. So with a regular helicopter, you also have what's called a collective. The collective here, right? Collectively, instead of cycling the pitch as the thing rotates around, it collectively pitches all the blades all at once, right? That's what this is. See how it, with the collective, whoop, 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 see how it's pitching all the blades all at once? Now, on a typical helicopter, you have your collective that you can pull, you can yoink it up and down, right? And like on the collective, there's a knob on the very end of it that you can twist, and that controls your blade RPM. That's the throttle for your engine. So I can enable cyclic here by having pitch and roll on the blades. That will basically use my joystick like a cyclic, and then I already have the differential yaw controller. To get a two-bladed design to yaw, look, I just tilt the blades left to right like that. All right, so let's get Jeb and Bill out here. Bob will watch because he's the scientist. And let's see if we can get this thing to fly with the propeller blades. That would be the first step to getting our tilt rotor working correctly. What are your thoughts on ETs? There's something out there. Talks, where I'm at with aliens, do aliens exist? I don't know. If we're gonna go full, like, Joe Rogan, you know, like tinfoil hat thing, I would say it's much more likely that there's interdimensional beings than there is aliens. Like, You're not going to have like Starship Troopers, right? It's going to be something like Interstellar or 2001. Something like that. You know, because traveling across the universe, because it's so ridiculously big, requires a really, 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 really profound understanding of harnessing energy, right? Like, we don't have the engines that are in Star Wars, right? We don't have the engines that are in Star Wars. We don't have those, right? I wish we had a Millennium Falcon. That would make going to the moon a lot easier, right? But we don't. You need to have a profound mastery of, like, being able to generate and consume energy to do that. Now, could there be like an ancient civilization, like Forerunner style from Halo out there? Sure. But they're most likely coming interdimensionally through a wormhole or something, if that is the case. Now, with all that being said, Talks, anytime somebody asks me this question, this is what I say. Are there aliens out there? Most likely. Are there interdimensional beings out there? Yeah, probably. The universe is huge, dude. That's like saying, I live in Massachusetts, you know, I don't think there's anybody alive in California because I'm not there, because it's so far away I can't see it. No, there's millions of people, in fact, alive in California right now. Right? Yeah, there's millions. There's a lot more than Massachusetts, that's for sure, right? Talks, my one thing though, let me put it to you like this. If there are aliens out there, I think we should be the ones that are discovering them, not vice versa. I don't want to get prime directive like Star Trek, right? I don't want aliens to come to Earth and be like, what the heck is wrong with these ape people that keep killing each other? No, we're not doing this. Yeah, I'm out. I don't want that. I don't want Star Trek. I don't want us to get Star Trek. I don't want us to get prime directive. I don't want Independence Day either. I don't want aliens coming here and us trying to fight them off with Randy Quaid and an F-18. You know what I mean? That's bad. Don't want that either. I want to be the one doing the discovering. You know what I mean? Because you know, if we want aliens, if there are aliens out there, there most likely are. Maybe not in our solar system, right? But if they are out there, I want to be the ones discovering. All right? I don't want to be the ones getting discovered. All right? Because if an alien species has enough energy, has enough profound understanding of harnessing energy from matter to get to our solar system, even if they were from Alpha Centauri or something, that we are basically dogs to them. Think about it. Think about it. If somebody can, if there is a race, an alien race out there that can build a spaceship that can get here from like Alpha Centauri, which is basically our next door neighbor on the cosmic scale, on in the scale of things, Alpha Centauri is like right next door, right? It's 5.7 light years away, right? If aliens could even do that, that is such a profound mastery of energy we just don't understand. That means they're way smarter than us, and I do not want that. I do not want to be the ones being discovered, bro. We need Starship Troopers, not Independence Day. You know what I'm saying? Do you think we are advanced enough? I think we could be. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's possible. Yeah, I think we could. Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't we? Dude, there's still so much stuff we don't know about the universe and stuff. I think more in like the quantum realm. There's so much stuff we don't understand, or we have yet to understand. Give us some time. Humans are pretty damn ingenuitive. We'll figure it out. I mean, look at this contraption. All right. Let's do our flight test. Like take on things? Right on, man. But dude, I mean what I said. Like, if there are aliens among us or something, they're probably coming interdimensionally. Yeah, they're probably coming interdimensionally, dude. All right, set that to 3. All right, fire these things up. We're getting blade stall. Increased torque. Full power on the rotors. Well, this is a problem. What's this going on over here? Yeah, there you go, full force, right? Last. Based on how young the universe it is, it's equally as likely that we are the most advanced intelligence. Yeah, like I said, Tessa, I want to be the ones discovering. I don't want to get discovered by aliens. That would be bad. Something is weird. Let me slow down the rotor blades. And I'm gonna check something really, really dumb. I'm gonna see if they're spinning in the correct direction. Because I'm seeing a green lift arrow that's going down there. So these lines and stuff are Kerbal's aerodynamic forces overlay. Something is pulling down over there on that thing, and I suspect that maybe I put the blades on backwards. You last. Perchance if aliens have flight faster than light travel, that means they can bend gravity. That means they can bend light. Did I not just reply to that, or did I read it in my mind? Problem is, you used a timing belt instead of a double roller chiming chain. I did something. I just don't know where that force is coming from and why it's going down, dude. That's very peculiar. What the hell's that about? It's coming from the rotor. At least I think it is. Am I missing something here? It's not enough. She's too heavy. So let me see this. Each one of these blades is generating 24 kilonewtons of upward lift. Are we losing blade RPM? Nope. Blade RPM's capped at 400. We're not. What the hell is that? What's that downward force coming from? We're not losing RPM, Tessa. I'm just not sure where that's coming from. Maybe... Oh. Alright, maybe remove this from symmetry and change that. Oh gosh, now it's completely out of sync. Probably shouldn't have done that at high RPM. I just blew up the entire thing. The whole thing bent out of shape. So each one of these at max power was generating 24 kilonewtons of thrust. This thing has a mass of 16 tons. Mass times gravity. Let me do this out. Hold on. All right, so mass times gravity. So 16.138 times 9.81. Okay, that's 158.3, and we have 24.2 times 6. 145. So 145 divided by 153.94. Okay, we're just not generating enough lift. Probably shouldn't have done that at high RPM. I just blew up the whole thing. Yep. Firefly is going to try again tonight. Thinking about how I want to do this. What is the mass of the turbo shaft? It would be under aero. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Maybe not. Maybe it's under engines. Robotics? Question? Yeah, there it is. 0.6. Okay, so I do believe if we change its motor size and output, yeah, mass goes down. Okay. It's got Weasleys on it already, Tessa. You're talking about Junos. Well, okay. Here's my crazy idea. I have a centralized rotor mechanism that's controlling my synchronizer gear. If we really want to make this like the X76, I should take one of those and put that there instead. We should take the one turbo shaft to power both of these blades and make it fly. That will eliminate 615 kilograms from the design. But that requires taking apart my rotor mechanism, which I'm not like totally about that life. So I'm thinking about how we should do this then. Because we're not getting anywhere near any maximum RPM, what we should do is switch this to a hex node and up the blade design, because we have the motor torque to do it. That would be my first thing to change before we do anything else. And just make sure that the collective action groups carried over. They did not. Okay, let's install the rest of the blades then. So what I'm trying to do is, if we want to make a tilt rotor, these can't be helicopter blades. They got to be propeller blades because they have to be able to tilt, right? We have to be able to feather them in propeller mode and get them to do that, right? They have to be able to do that when the thing tilts so it propellers correctly. But before we even get that far, if we can't make the damn thing fly, then we got a big problem. Because we were maxing out the RPM, we're maxed at 400. We were maxing out the RPM and full collective on 3 propeller blades. Full collective on 3 propeller blades didn't slow us down at all. We have more power, and if you're maxing out the RPM with full blade pitch in helicopter mode, like with a helicopter, you can add more blades. Adding more blades doesn't always get you that result, though. If you have 3 blades and you're at full pitch and the rotor RPM starts going down, adding more blades is not going to change anything. It's going to make it work worse. You got to make sure you have the power to spin all this stuff, especially when they deal with aerodynamic drag, right? Like, that's how propeller blades work. They create a ton of drag because they're pushing air, just like any other wing. Well, Shogun, these are the biggest propeller blades that we have. That's my problem. I don't have a bigger propeller blade. This is the biggest one in stock KSP. So using 6 of these should get us to fly here. I mean, if each one of those at max power is making 24 RPM, 24 times 12, that should give us the kick. Let's hope they're within FAA parameters this time. Dude, I am telling you, something is strange. Something's going on with Firefly that we are not privy to. All right. Let's wait for these to get up to maximum power. All right. Command more collective. There we go. Very nice. Okay, we're flying with propeller blades. Cool. Gear up. Well, that's pretty neat. Does the yaw controller work? Yes, it does. Now, what I want to check is that if we go maximum collective, does it start slowing the blades down? Yes, it does. See? Look, rotor stall. Okay. All right. Relax. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. I think we killed Bob. But that was all just a simulation. Yeah, see, I saw it before it even happened. That RPM started to go down with 6 blade. With 6 of these blades collectively pitching that high. It didn't relax. It was very temperamental. Overclock the motors. What? No. What? Why? No. No. Dude. Keep the RPM. It doesn't need to do that, dude. We had good control of the vehicle. I disagree. I think that just lowering our collective would be fine. I mean, it doesn't need to... Going to 10 is going to cause rotor stall. Like, with this, it doesn't need to go to 10. It needed to go to 10 with 3 helicopter blades. This is an arbitrary number. If we set it to 8, right? And then just set -8, right? Flatten that. copy, paste. You like to eat paste. Don't eat paste. There we go. Now I gotta see if it undid my damn action group for that. Nope, AG is still alright. Cool. Hey Joe, I have a craft I could send you. I don't like using other people's craft files, man. You know that. Don't eat paste. Crayons are much better. Also, hi, by the way. How many hours do I have in KSP? Somewhere north of 20,000. Are the blades staying in sync? Yes, they are. Let's get us maximum torque. Yeah, Reed's math. I played KSP as my main thing, solely my main thing. So for like 6 to 8 hours a day from 2015 to about 2023. Basically 40 hours a week of KSP for like 8 years. Yeah, and then I played other games on top of that. What the heck is this game? This isn't Factorio, yeah. Honestly, that's awesome. It's your favorite game. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Something that I like doing is going and building planes. Yeah, the SPH is my home. Dude, I had, everybody has dreams about Factorio. I have dreams about the SPH, dude. Oh. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. We popped the gear. We popped both gears on either side. All right, I'm just gonna bring her down. Our synchronizer is completely screwed. Take the brakes off. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Don't do this. Don't do it. Don't be so temperamental. Oh, crap. Just land. I know you're part helicopter, so you want to repulse the ground. Yeah, we popped the entire bearing mechanism out. My blades went out of sync. You see what it did when they went out of sync? It started getting really squirrely. So I'm hearing there's a new 3.3 liter inline 6 diesel coming to cars in America. 300 horsepower, 500 foot-pounds of torque. Company making it? Mazda, Skyactiv D. Huh. Cool. What do the spinning balls do? It's a gear. So this is a rotor sync. This vehicle is not just some tilt rotor fun thing that we made real quick. This has a synchro in it. It keeps the blades in sync, which makes the craft infinitely more controllable. These are gears, Michaels. See? They're gears. They're gears made out of RCS balls, but they're gears. And the gears are attached on the rotor. And I have a centralized rotor right there. See that? I have a centralized rotor. And that's basically a drive shaft axle that goes through the wings, right? And you actually can see the axle right there. It's made out of RCS balls that are constricted by thermometers in the game. And that's connected in, and that allows it allows my two motors to stay in sync. They stay synchronized. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, they're gears. This is a 6-tooth gear, spinning a 6-tooth gear that's attached to the rotor. So my rotors can stay in sync. Technically, I could disable this motor and enable that one, and this motor through the drive shaft mechanism will spin that. I could run it off one engine, just like the real one. A real V22 can do that, guys. The Osprey can absolutely make that happen. It can absolutely do it. It has engine out capability. Yeah, it can do that. So is the plane that the inspiration for what I'm doing here, the X76. But actually, there's a technicality to that. The X76 has a single turboshaft to power both rotors. Instead of having an engine out here and then a synchronizer drive shaft, a synchro gearbox in the center to drive both rotors, it has a turbo shaft that goes into that has a drive shaft output into the gearbox here, and then the centralized engine drives the rotor, so the engines aren't out on the wings like on a V22. So everybody know, if you know a little bit about aviation, okay? If you know a little bit about aviation, you're a little bit of a plane nut. I'm a huge plane nut. I love planes. I love tilt rotors. Back when I was just but a wee lad, I played Halo and I saw the Pelican and I'm like, why don't we have stuff like the Pelican in real life? That thing is so useful. Well, the V22 is probably as close as we've gotten thus far. I mean, maybe DARPA's new X76 will get us closer. But if you know about the V22, it is a nightmare to keep that thing working. The reason why, is, so these engines that power the V22 are what's called a turboprop. They're a turboprop engine. They are the same turboprop engine, fun fact, from a C-130. So a C-130 is a small-ish cargo plane that the U.S. Air Force uses, right? And if you look, it has propellers, but unlike, for the uninitiated, just in case there's somebody out there who doesn't know too much about planes, the C-130 has propeller engines, but they're not piston-driven propellers like you'd see during World War II. World War II, they built, they built stuff like this, which is a bunch of pistons in like kind of a star pattern that are just, there's like 4 rows of pistons in a star pattern on top of each other. And that's how they drove propeller-driven planes. It's a big piston engine with a huge crankshaft with an output to the propeller, right? That's a WASP major, in case anybody cares. So we don't power propeller planes like this. One, because there's a bajillion moving parts in that thing. A jet engine is a lot easier, but with a plane like a C-130 or the V-22, a jet engine is not really the right-ish application. The reason why is because the C-130 is designed for low-speed landings on unprepared surfaces. That's the whole point. That's why it has propellers. It's not designed to be this super long-range jet. This thing is basically, the stakeholder expectations for a C-130 back in the day were move a boxcar, a railroad car, move a railroad car's worth of cargo and be able to land it anywhere in the world. And propellers are much more suited for low-speed applications like that. All right, so does this have a big piston engine? Does it have 4 of those in there? No, it has what's called a turboprop. So what is a turboprop? A turboprop is a jet engine. I would say a gas turbine. All right, it's a turbojet, but instead of the turbojet making thrust, right, the jet engine is blowing on a turbine wheel back here. And that turbine wheel is on a smaller axle that goes through the main jet engine's axle, and it goes out the front into a gearbox, into a reduction gear. There's basically a transmission, except a transmission where you can't change gears. It's just a fixed gear. It's like a 9-to-1 reduction or something. It depends, right? And then the output shaft from that goes to a propeller. Now, why? Why the reduction gear? Why not just attach the jet engine to the propeller? You need a lot of torque to be able to move that huge freaking blade. There's 3 of them. You got to move them. Now, with something like the C-130, you notice C-130 has 4. With something like the C-130, the propeller engines enable you to land at low speeds, on short distances, on anything. The C-130 could land in a field. It's not a big deal, right? So you have something like this powering a C-130. That's a T-64, actually. I do believe that's a CH-53's engine, yeah. Helicopters do have this, you know. So what a helicopter does is not that far off from that. A helicopter has what's called a turbo shaft, not a turbo prop. What's the difference? The turbo shaft feeds a helicopter blade, not a propeller blade. There are differences. Propeller blades are smaller. They're smaller because they don't need to make as much thrust as a helicopter blade. A helicopter blade, like with a plane, you just need to get going fast enough to get the wings to lift yourself up. With a helicopter, you're spinning the wing around and spinning the wing fast enough to take off. That's why it's called a rotary wing craft as opposed to a fixed wing aircraft. Now, the V-22 is using that. All right? The V-22s are hard to maintain because that whole sucker is rotating every time you fly. It's doing this. You're rotating that whole mechanism right there. That whole damn thing is whoop, 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 every time. Now, the V-22 also it doesn't have helicopter blades on it, but it's not propellers either. They're halfway in between. Because the V-22 needs to fly like an airplane when that whole mechanism tilts forward, right? Right, you have 2 engines hanging out on the end of the wing, right? You have a whole turbo shaft. Spoiler alert, that's not light. Rotating on the entire wing, right? And then your helicopter blades need to transition into propeller blades. So a V-22 has like a hybrid. It's not a propeller blade, but it's not a helicopter blade. It's halfway in between, right? That was the only way to achieve the result, right? Because you don't want to have a set of helicopter blades for hovering and then maybe switch to like a propeller blade when you turn it this way. It's a hybrid blade. It's halfway in between. Turbo, the primary thing the turbine spins. Yeah, there you go. So the V-22 doesn't get retreating blade stall. No, but that's part of the reason it doesn't. Because there's 2 of them and they cancel each other. They do get retreating blade stall, but they cancel each other out. But that is part of the reason why this damn thing is so hard to maintain. Because each one of these turbo shafts, right? It's a freaking C-130 engine, right? Each one of these turbo shafts have an additional drive shaft, the output drive shaft. So this thing right here is going through a gearbox, another gearbox, independently of your reduction to the propeller, right? And that output shaft goes through the wing into a synchronizer up here. And that makes it so the blades stay in sync. No matter what the thing is doing, no matter where it's flying, it stays in sync. Now, here's the thing, guys. If you are flying a V-22 and you roll in plane mode and you do a roll, right, one propeller is going to want to spin faster than the other because when you're turning, right, this blade, the blade that's down, is going to get introduced to more air because, well, actually, no, it's the reverse. The outer blade is going to get introduced to more air because of your turning radius. The blades are going to want to desync, right? And the whole mechanism wants to go out of whack. Because you have 2 engines hanging out here, you're turning, right? You have a differential radius between your left and right engine, right? So this one out here is technically traveling at the same speed, but air is getting introduced to it a lot faster because you're turning around a radius. That makes your outer blade want to spin faster. And that's what that magical gearbox in the center is for. It's designed to basically slow that blade down on purpose to keep the blades in sync. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this is because the X-76 is aiming to get rid of all those problems. It's one of the big cool things about it, right? But with a V-22, right, think about this. You have 2 C-130 engines hanging on the edges of the wings, right? It's already a jet engine. It's complicated, right? I mean, that's not the exact thing, but it looks like that, right? You know, that looks complicated. If it's heavy, it's expensive. Put it down, right? And then you have a drive shaft going out to a synchronizer gearbox that keeps the two engine RPM, or the shaft output RPM on each engine exactly synchronized. And then you have your halfway helicopter propeller blades on top of all of that, which you can fully feather, stressing the entire system. So the V22 has a lot of components that can wear really, really fast. It takes a lot of maintenance, but you pay for that capability. You pay for the capability because you don't need a runway to fly this thing. It's a trade-off. The X76 is aiming to solve that problem. Now, how does the X76 do it? So, remember how I said the V22 has to do this? It has these blades that are halfway propeller, halfway helicopter blades, right? That is a trade-off, right? Because, so, helicopter blades where helicopter blades kind of live is at low RPM, but with a lot of torque. Think like a Huey. A UH-1 has two blades, right? Those blades don't spin very fast, but that blade makes a ton of lift because it keeps spinning, and that gives the Huey its distinctive noise, right? It's not spinning very fast. Helicopter blades only spin at 300-400 RPM. It's not a lot. Now compare that to the jet engine in there that's spinning at like 10,000 RPM. That's what the reduction box is for. You're trading RPM for torque, right? That's what a gear reduction does, right? Now, you have these big old heavy blades, just like the Huey, that you have to move around, right? And on top of that, you got to synchronize this whole thing. That whole thing needs to stay in sync, or else it's all, if one component, if any one of these things gets out of sync in any way, the V22 will eat the ground very, very quickly. And unfortunately, that's happened to some devil dogs, and it's unacceptable, to be honest with you, but whatever. The X76 is trying to fix that problem. So, once again, it has a jet engine built into the back, right? It has a jet engine built into the back, so you don't need to make a hybrid helicopter propeller blade. You could just make... You can... It's still like kind of a hybrid propeller, but it's not your primary form of propulsion when you're in forward flight, right? The turbo shaft up front is what's doing that. So you have two engines in this. One is designed for thrust when it's in plane mode, and the other one is designed to drive the propellers. Now, the other thing about the S76 is that, or the X76, S76 is a helicopter. Now, the other thing about the X76 is that because your singular turbo shaft is in here and it's attached to it's outputting into your synchronizer gearbox here, you don't have all this crap hanging out on the end of the wing. This design is much, much, much lighter than a V22. But achieves the same result. Much lighter. You don't have an engine hanging off the edge of your wing. And because of that, your wing doesn't need to be as structure. It doesn't need to be as strong. It just needs to be about being able to generate lift and holding just the rotor mechanism out there. Right? That's what I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to achieve the lightness. I don't want to hang engines off the edge of my plane here. That I'm doing what a V22 does with this design. I don't want that. I'm seeing what I want to do is see if I can take one of these and place it on my synchronizer, the synchronizer drive shaft, and get that to drive both propellers, like the X76. This is much more like a V22 or an S280 Valor. But this is heavy, as you just saw. I needed to add more blades, right? I needed to add more blades to get this big lumbering thing off the ground. Hey, Baron, what's up? Have you heard of Blackhawk? 3 flew over my house. Yeah, Blackhawks fly over Plymouth all the time, dude. They go to Otis. There's an Air Force base that's near my house, Linus. Yeah. Here are the patents for it. Is it 2-engine or is it... No. Oculus, Baron actually found the patents for me and he linked them up right before you asked that question. Check this out. So, okay, dude, we found the real patents for it. Oculus, take a look at that. Apply the entirety of your squid brain to that. Look at what that thing does.
24 is your turbo shaft in this pattern, and 32 is your bypass fan. It's using a high bypass. Look at that. The pattern also includes variable geometry wings, a la F-14. You can get away with that with something like this because you're not hanging the engine out on the edge of the wing. There's just a gearbox and the rotor drive out there. That's it. That's why this design is so damn cool. It's very simple. Much, much more simplified over the V22. So it's got two engines, right? But one is designed for forward thrust and one is designed to spin the blades. Now, to be honest with you, man, I'm not like too about that life. I think you could make this even simpler if you just attached two Chinook motors back here in the 32 position, right? Attached a Chinook motor and then made a detachable output drive shaft so the Chinook motor could run off thrust. A CH-47, guys. So first of all, CH-7, no, that's channel 7, local news. A CH-47 has two turbo shafts. It has two jet engines here that are spinning. Each jet engine goes through a synchronizer gearbox, just like the V22. Very similar idea, but that synchronizer gearbox has two inputs and two output drive shafts. The two input drive shafts come from east-west, right? Left and right side of the vehicle. And the two output drive shafts go north-south. One of them goes to the forward rotor and the other one goes to the aft rotor. I know, really weird. The reason why the CH-47 has this big honking thing in the back, one is because you do not want this near that. You don't want these things near each other. Probably be a bad idea. I mean, you could, but obviously you don't want that. And there's also oil coolers and stuff in here, in this whole thingamajig up there. There's an oil reservoir and a cooler and stuff and a bunch of other things. What's the exhaust behind the propellers in the concept art? Tars, I haven't figured that out. That's a lot of gear teeth to keep that thing in the air. The swept wing design is ridiculous. Is that a swing wing setup for an X76? Yes, that's the patent, dude. It's very peculiar. Yeah, look, it's using a ring and pinion. The drive shafts have ring and pinion gears that are centered around the pivot point of the wings. We could attempt this in KSP, but to be 100% honest with you, that's probably not. I could make it. And I could prove its operation, but in flight, probably, I don't know. I'd have to come up with some really trick gear designs here. So that's why I just wanted to mess with the K29, which has a standard synchronizer, or one of my synchronizer designs built into it. Yeah, because it's a little ridiculous if you ask me, but your Twitch chat is sus, EJ. How the heck did they find this patent? You can search the patent office if you know what to look for. The U.S. Patent Office is all public information. I mean, it's not like this is going to tell you how to make this either. It's just the design. Like, dude, that right there, the ring and pinion on the pivot point. Brother. Whoever figured that out is way smarter than me. Let me put it that way. So here's your synchronizer box, right? And there's your turbo shaft. I can do this. I can do this in KSP. I can make that. Not this part. Right? Oh, you are out of your freaking mind if you think that thing is gonna... I mean, then again, though, you don't have the crazy synchronizer... Well, I mean, you still have synchronizer problems, but you're not running into nearly as much wear as the V22 because the propellers aren't being... Your helicopter blades aren't being used as propellers, and the jet engine is. This is the stowed blade patent. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, that one really confuses me. What are we doing with that? That's a forward swept wing. And I don't actually believe it's simplified from the Osprey. I would say without the wing pivot mechanism, it's pretty damn simplified. Aqualex, my design with this, in my theoretical design with the K92 and the K29 ARG, right? AGR, that's what it is. The action group revision. In my design, I would have two hybrid. So think like the SB1 Defiant. So you can switch between driving the blades, or you can drive like a backwards facing propeller. In my design, you would have something, think like a Harrier Pegasus engine almost, right? With your forward jet air being diverted to driving the blades off bleed, like with the bypass, right? And then you could freeze that, right? And then operate it like a jet engine. And you know, these engines would have a drive shaft output like a Chinook, and the Chinook would go out to each, you know, rotor on the edge. Like, I think having a fixed engine mount is a much better design than pivoting the entire damn thing on the on your pivoting mechanism. You could save a lot of weight that way, and it saves wear on the entire system. But yeah, I'm not sure if this is doing that exactly, but I mean, it's one engine, so that's obvious. I mean, well, one turbo shaft, so it's obviously a little bit simpler than the V22. Hell, if you're doing bleed air, why not pipe the bleed air to the rotors? Can you upload it to Steam Workshop? I think. I've never done that before, God Ninja. I'll see if I can, yeah. Weight and balance for the sweep? Yeah, Vec, that might be it, dude. That would explain the forward sweep. Interesting. Remind me if I need any jet or heli info, I should slide into your Twitch chat. They're finally forcing everyone away from the pad. Cars that were waiting are not being forced to turn. All the cars that were waiting are not being forced to turn around. So the X76 isn't going to be carrier friendly. You're not the only one to say that, Fluffy. Why do you think that? Why do you think it won't be carrier friendly? I'm confused. Kerbal X is back. We could put it in Kerbal X, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's something else, man. That is, and yeah, Aqualex, we know it's not verbatim either, because that has a T-tail as opposed to the renders, which have a V-tail. Not sure why you'd want a V-tail in this application, except if it's to save mass, because you're worried about a negative mass margin. Found the engine patent for the X76. Brother. Brother. Bell and Textron are gonna come after us, man. This is, you know, pleasure for the eye holes here. See that? It has this design. This one has that. Bro. 206. I'm wondering what 206 is in the patent. Look, Bell or Textron, I'm just trying to make the stupid thing in Kerbal, okay? In case you're watching. I'm just trying to make it in KSP because I think it's cool. Alright? Don't get any funny ideas. (206), which may be folded into a stowed position when rotor gearbox is 204. Drive the auxiliary thrust fit. Aqualex, you remember what we were just talking about? Having a, you know, turbo shaft be able to couple the... Bro, this design is cool. This is some... Dude, whoever thought of this has the highest of the highest planetism I've ever seen. This is ridiculous. What a cool design, man. Holy balls. Now, dude, my next question is, what the frick turbo shaft are you using for this? You're gonna need the strongest turbo shaft we have to do something like this. Guys, what that patent basically says, okay, check this out. So we know that your turbo shaft engine is going into the gearbox. Drive shafts are going through the wing out to this to be able to drive that. But when it's in flight mode like this, right? When she's in flight mode, there's a clutch right here built into this design, right? That can decouple the main rotor from your output drive. And then there's another clutch back here that goes to a ducted fan. And that fan provides thrust. That's what that patent just said. Look, the drive the auxiliary thrust fans in 206. 206 is the output. That's the output of this damn thing. Bro, this thing is cool. Look, there's a ducted fan sitting in the back. This thing is super cool, dude. Still wondering where the intake is. Aqualex, my guess would be that it's an annular intake. An annular intake behind your rotor drive mechanism. That's my guess. I wonder why they couldn't use that ducted fan for purely vertical lift. So, Zalancho, there's a problem with using a turbo fan. There's a problem with using a turbo fan for your uplift. The problem is that with a turbo fan's design, your blades... So, okay, this is a turbo fan, right, is a jet engine that's driving a ducted fan. All right, so a ducted fan is a fan that's inside of a cowl. And that cowl basically it creates a vacuum that forces the air through the blades at high speed. It basically creates a vacuum. That's why every plane has this, because it pulls more air in because it creates vacuum, right? And the air can hit this at higher speed and you can make a ton of thrust with it. And this particular application of turbofan is called a high bypass, where 80% of your thrust is made from the ducted fan and 20% is made from the jet engine that's driving it. Every single modern passenger plane has a design like this. Every single one of them. It doesn't matter if it's 7.3, or 738, doesn't matter if it's an A320neo, A319, A310, 757, 747, 67, A330, 350, they all have high bypass turbofans. It's convergent design. This is very, very efficient. You can make a ton of thrust with the ducted fan. There was a bit of a hard landing with an Air India Express. Well, here, Ryan. You guys want to see another that's called a high bypass turbofan. There's one. There's a high bypass turbofan right there. This is from Jet Photos. Credit where credit is due. That's Jet Photos right there. Yeah, you're missing a piece. Yeah, I don't... What's this? So this is a 737-8. The slang term for it is a 738. That's a new plane. That's a Max. But I forget what engines the Max has. I don't think it's a CFM56. I think that's the older version. The front wheel is gone, by the way. Yeah. And what you could see right there is the aluminum forward gear assembly burning off, because aluminum is great solid rocket fuel with high heat. Yeah. Just on a side note. It's the LEAP engine. That's the same engine that the 747-8 uses, right? The CFM LEAP 1B. CFM LEAP 1B. LEAP. It's not a pod racing engine, even though it really does look like one. I don't know why pod racers would want to use a high bypass turbofan in Star Wars. That's not a good application. You'd want turbojets. The reason why is because these things don't work very well past the speed of sound. A turbofan does not like it when the air coming in is going faster than the air going out. That makes it very angry. Just quick side note. That is a huge bypass. Holy balls. Dude, that's beautiful. That's some freaking stuff right there. That's beautiful. Look at that freaking motor. That's pretty. She sure is pretty. Oh, A320s can have them as well. Ew. Gross. How much power does this thing freaking make? Dude, a Leap 1A has an 11-to-1 bypass. So what does that mean? Just for the uninitiated. That's the ratio of thrust that the jet engine makes versus the ducted fan. An 11-to-1 bypass means this thing is doing 11 times the thrust output of the jet engine. That's turbofans for you. That's the reason why you can get on a plane and fly around the world for, you know, not something that's going to ruin you financially. Well, nowadays put an asterisk next to that statement, but you get the idea. The high bypass turbofan is the reason why air travel is like a thing. Yeah, air travel was prohibitively expensive before this thing came along. Guess who figured this out? Pratt & Whitney. Pratt & Whitney built the first high bypass turbofan for the 747. JT9s. First high bypass turbofan. The reason why is because you needed something that makes insane amounts of thrust to make that big lumbering queen of the skies. I wouldn't call it big and lumbering, but you needed 4 high bypass turbofans to make the 747 work. High bypass turbofans were a huge leap forward in jet engine design in civilian applications. And it was made by the 747. That was the first one. The high bypass turbofan is the Raptor engine of its day for the spaceflight people, if you're not too much of a plane geek. Yeah, that's a lot of people don't know that about me. I'm a huge av geek. If you're coming in from like NSF, I love space, but planes are dope. I love planes. Planes are pretty sweet. The 747-8 uses GE90s. No, the 777 uses the GE90s. You couldn't fit 4 GE90s on a 747 would rip the 747 to pieces because GE90s are insane. Now, that's not to say that hasn't been done. For the newer versions of the 777, GE has the GE propulsion test platform. I do believe they retired it recently, but it's a 747-400 and they fitted a GE9 to it. Now, I want to show you guys, just look at this picture for a second. Look where the 2 right engines are versus the 2 left engines are. It looks goofy, doesn't it? This looks like it was AI generated. It's not. That's a real plane. They put a GE9X on the number 2 pylon to test it. So, a couple of things. The right wing is off the ground and the left wing isn't because that's such a bigger engine. Second thing, I don't think the 747 wing could hold 4 of these. Third, if you did put GE9s on a 747, you would only need 2 of them. You would not need 4. With 4, the 747 would break the sound barrier, and that makes Papa Aerodynamics very unhappy if you're not designed for it. But also, yeah, the GE9X is big. You and I, dude, could stand in that cowl. The diameter of the intake cowl on a GE9X is the same It's the same diameter as a 737 fuselage. Yep. Or a Falcon 9. Or a Space Shuttle SRB. Yeah. That's a big freaking motor. Put those on an MD-80? Yeah. I always love this picture, dude, because the right wing is off the ground. Because it's the left wing has to do a little bit more work because it's lifting that. But also, a 747 with 4 GE9s would be... I'm not going to say I don't want that, Vlad. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to say I don't want to see that because I want to see that. That'd be pretty sick. I mean, I don't think it would work. I think it would rip the wings off because that's so much freaking power. Guys, that turbofan makes as much power as some rocket engines. Yeah, it's over 600 kilonewtons if I'm remembering correctly. Pretty crazy, right? Wasn't there a 747 test plane where the engine was mounted to the side of the hump? Yes, that was Pratt & Whitney's test bed. You want to see something cursed? No, I don't... Was it Pratt & Whitney? No, Rolls-Royce. Now, this is a render, but that's absolutely a real plane. Yes, they mounted a wing and an engine pylon to the top of a 747. The reason why they did that is so they could look at the engine as it's performing. You could look right out the window. Pad testing is underway. Oh, let me check with NSF, see if they need me over there. The roadblock isn't up, though. Why, Kuro? NSF stream in 90 minutes. I want to see 8 G9Xs on a B-52 now. Actually, 4 G90s would be a really good thing for a B-52. If I'm... Okay, so... We're going to go into plane nerding for a second. If I'm remembering correctly, there was a bid to do that for the B-52 update program. The reason why they decided to stick with 8 engines is so they didn't have to redesign the pylon. Much cheaper that way. But a B-52 could be very, very useful with 4 G90s on it. That would be... That would be a pretty good idea. But yeah, you'd have to go redesigning the pylon. But I'm sure that wing is strong enough to do it, guys. I mean, you think about it. It has 8... There's 8 engines there. I mean, what did they... Somebody won the contract. I forget who did. To update these dang things and make them fly into the 2050s, which is ridiculous because some of the airframes will be flying for like 100 years at that point. The last B-52 was a G model that was, or an H model that was delivered in 1963. Because, yeah. It's an F-130. Let me look at it. No, I want this. Jesus, man. The B-52 doesn't even need four GE90s. Four GE90s would be a significant upgrade, actually. Yeah, Renee, yeah, you'd need to redesign a ton of stuff. Also for the thrust asymmetry and engine loss, yeah. Seems like the Raptor 3s are being purged on the booster. I see it, Hinris, yeah. Soft roadblock is up, okay. Who else told me to see their last? Is it Baron? I have a delivery for a Baron. Hey, this is a reminder that NASA is the origin. Please check this. Oh, okay. Neat. See my next. Why don't you see this strut, fool? All right, so let's think about this. How are we gonna go about redesigning this bad boy? My rotor mechanism is gonna need to pop. Oh, well, there we go. It popped out. I do. Okay. I kept that very simple in its design. Okay, so I have an electric rotor right there. I do not want a rotor doing that. That's just being used as a bearing. We don't want that. So let me go here and grab this. And it's really going to screw up the headroom in the design, isn't it? The wing spars would have to be completely reworked. Yeah. That's where that needs to be to keep my center of mass on the center line. Ooh. Running into some problems there. Yeah, Alex, yeah. That auxiliary shaft. Now I'm kind of thinking maybe design with that, but all right. We're gonna need to take the rotor mechanisms apart. We don't need the fuel line because I'm gonna be powering it from the fuselage. It all needs to be redesigned anyway, so is that centered around a non-physicsless part? Oh geez, no wonder this thing didn't work. No wonder these tooth keep skipping. There's a non-physicsless part in the, or no, that one might be physics. I don't know if the nose cone is physicsless. I forget. Whatever. How are they going to rotate that wing structure on the X-76 similar to the V-22 to try and save space on the carrier? I don't know. I don't. Yeah. I mean, the one thing that I will say, Fluffy, is that the X-76 is not large. It's not V-22 size, dude. It's much smaller. It's like the size of a Black Hawk. It is tiny. It's tiny. It's not a heavy cargo helicopter. We're talking a troop transporter at best. Doesn't really, Patton, what's up? It doesn't really have anything to do with anything specifically, I guess, but you have a wonderful wife to support you with your Twitch channel. She's a gem. Many guys are not so fortunate. God bless. Dude, let me tell you, I don't take that for granted. Absolutely. Like, I treat that woman like gold, and it's rightly deserved. She lets me sit up here in my freaking man cave and do this all day. Brother, when I first proposed this project, she's like, yeah, you should do that. I think it'd be great streaming content. I'm like, Patton, believe me, no low ballers. I know what I have, all right? It's not for sale, homie. It's freaking gold, dude. No, my wife is not for sale. Get out of here. All right, we have to completely redo our rotor mechanism. What I'm going to do is just build up. Just so I have it for reference for the gears. I'm just going to put this over here in. But yeah, this all needs to be completely redesigned. So go down here. I'll keep the hinge design too. I was using these nose cone style thermo bearings. Yeah, Shazbird, I found, see, this is kind of the key, man. If you're in a nice and healthy relationship, like the other thing is like, okay, just while we're on relationship stuff, I didn't lay down the law. I was like, I'm going to be doing this all day and you can't say anything about it. I just told Bree what I was about when we first started dating. Like, I actually just was very forthcoming with that information. I was like, look, this job requires an insane amount of dedication. And there are times when I will be distant. That does not mean that I'm not pursuing this relationship, etc., right? Like, I was very, very, very clear about that. Like, and that really helped. Don't miss burgers. Speaking of Gold Wife, I made burgers. Okay. When the coverage for NSF starts picking up, Bree, I'll come down and grab one. It should be in a little bit. I actually have to disconnect that because it's throwing off the balance. So let me just copy the strut and I'll just put the physicsless strut over there and get rid of that. All right. So how are we gonna? We don't have anything else that's moving this design around. So let's figure out how to get this thing on the center of mass if we can. Yeah, that's where it needs to be. Yeah, the center of mass of that turbo shaft is very strange. It is offset. That's going to make this a little bit hard to do. Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, 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 your significant other can't read your freaking mind, dude. Okay. So first of all, I made an I-beam as the root part of this subassembly for the entire wing box and spar, which is not smart. That was not a smart thing to do because you can't fuel cross-feed with those things. That should be a different piece, which means I have to go here and we have to... I have the fuel lines for going out to the engines that were out on the wings. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. This design is going to have to be rethunked because my fuel tanks are all attached to different components. That's the root part of that, of the side wing assembly. Oh gosh. That is such... Yeah, that's a little bit of a weird way of doing that, but it worked for what we were trying to do. We were using an I-beam in there that's 187 kilos. Let's... Man, what the heck was that thing even attached to? Let's use that instead. Let's use a girder segment. So let me just test for fuel flow here. If we put a girder segment there and I attach an engine to it, it'll pick up the fuel from the wings. Do you see the green lines? Yeah, it'll pick up from my auxiliary tanks. That's what we want. All right, cool. Okay. I needed to get the I-beam out of there in order to make the fuel cross-feed systems that I'm looking for. Now we need to reinforce this thing. We need to reinforce it to the fairing, because the fairing is my fuselage. So this would be like a, you know, attaching the wing box on an airplane to the fuselage. This is my proverbial wing box in this design. It's above the fuselage. FireX test. Hold on. Looked like an engine purge. I was gonna say. All right, so the singular engine needs to be right here. Okay. Let me just make sure that my center of mass is... I need my center of mass on the left-right axis to be lined up with where the wings come together. And it, for the most part is. We haven't attached the rotors or anything, but yeah, that looks to be about right. So what we're going to do is go up with this. Right now, I do not want symmetry here. The reason why I don't want symmetry is because this thing is offset, so a symmetry node is not going to work here because we're offset to the main axis to get the engine to balance correctly. So what I'm going to do is make marker locations, right? Where I want this stuff to be. That, I want an intermediate there. And then I want another holder out here. But see, check this out. If we went... I'm not sure if going in symmetry is going to make this work, even though the part is offset. Oh yeah, no, it will. It picks up the symmetry, okay. It's symmetrical on the world axis, as opposed to the localized. With proprotor assemblies, meaning they contemplated driving the whole thing off of a single engine. So these RCS balls are acting as a drive shaft here. That's where an intermediate carrier would be. And this is where our output would be. You still don't think we're going to get much more than this? Main road isn't closed where it's supposed to be. Prop rotor. Oh, propoter? Yeah, Starlight, I don't... There has to be a purpose for my mind to want to do it, you know what I mean? So I see why I did this. I see why I made that like that. You don't want to, I don't know if these rotors are does anybody know? Any Kerbal players out there know if the nose cone is a physics-less part? I'm not sure if it is. You know what? I'm not sure, so dump it. Why did I do that like that? Oh, no wonder this thing slipped so much. That's a weird way to do it, but I probably did this just to see if it would work. This isn't really finalized. If we wanted to do this right, we'd center the gear around a physics-less part. Check the config. I was kind of hoping that you guys somebody would go check. Nah, I'm gonna do away with it anyway. So we'll make a new gear. Let's make it off of the wing box piece. I'm going to give past me the benefit of the doubt and say that it probably is. But let's just make sure we got these at the right throw to get the right mesh. All right, get rid of that. There's my rebuilt gear. So what we do is we get this and we copy it and then we attach it here. Attach it to the intermediate. Watch. It's not, we're not in symmetry. Okay, so that's going to be the drive mechanism. This is the drive gear. They're just RCS balls pointed inwards, right? But these have a spherical collider, and because the RCS ball is a perfect sphere, it makes for good gear mesh teeth. This is the best thing that we've seen to make gears in KSP. And these will drive my rotor mechanisms. Yeah, pilot, that would be another way to do it too, but I'm worried about tank watching, so I'm trying to grind this out. I'm trying to get it done. Okay. Now, we gotta tilt that, so that's gotta make a lot of power. How much power do those things make? 150 kilonewtons of rotational torque. All right, get rid of my markers. We don't need those anymore. Put those there. Then we move this down into position like that. Cool. All right, get rid of the beam. We don't need that. Okay, now we need the holders. What do we put the holders on? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. One of the bearings here, I'm going to put on the front wing. We'll put the intermediate bearing on the front wing, and this should, if we absolute snap everything into position, right? This should hold that mechanism right in place. Yep, there we go. All right, so that's the intermediate on the front wing, but we need to do it in symmetry, so the intermediate is just kind of a carrier that's halfway out to make sure this thing stays centered and straight. You can't really have this thing move around a lot. All right. Wings Wednesday, I missed it so much. What's up, dude? All right. I'm wondering if I can rotate this thing so a thermometer isn't sticking out the top. Oh, it's either have one or two thermometers sticking out, so I'll just take one. Maybe we'll put a flag over it. All right, so for the secondary, holder out here, we're going to need another one of these, and we put it right there. Now, the first holder is facing towards the gear, and then the second one I would want facing away. And that'll kind of, between the two of them, it holds this thing in place. Cool. Save. All right, let's get rid of these. Right? We get rid of those, and let's test this thing. I'm just going to test holding the gears in position. We need to make sure that we enable SVI. Enable SVI. Okay, that already has it enabled. Has it enabled. Enable same vessel interaction. Enable same vessel interaction. You can toggle SVI, same vessel interaction, with action groups on parts, and that'll make it so these collide with each other, and that holds that in position. That's very, very important for this thing to work correctly. Main roadblocks going up. Time for some tank watching. Okay. Why do we need rotation? Is this design not fixed? What? How much easier is this stuff going to be in KSA? I don't know. How am I in the family? Just got home from work. I'm great, Chief. How about you? How's you and yours doing? All right, so now we hit one, hold this thing in position, fire up the engines, right? And now we spin this bad boy. No rotor brake. Okay, rotor brake. Take that out of the design for a second. Yeah, those are really, really doing work. Good. Excellent. Do you think Alpha Block 1 flies tonight?
Yeah, it might. It depends. What's the tank watching stream? SpaceX is doing testing on their booster, Casual. It's the first Block 3 Starship booster on the brand new Block 3 launch pad. Tank watching is the slang term for a stream that covers that, because Starship's fuel tanks look like a grain silo, so we call it Texas tank watching. When you said thermometers, I didn't understand. I'm using the thermometer in the game as a journal to hold the bearing in position. Blark, check this out. If I take the turbo shaft, right, and we spin it up, look at that. Pretty cool, huh? This wasn't my idea. Thermo bearings were invented by a Twitch user named Josh Kernick way back in the day. This was like in 2016 or 2017. I didn't have the idea for a thermo bearing. That was not my idea. But I use them a lot. Okay, cool. That design works. Perfect. What does that do? It's a synchronizer. You'll see. So, now what I'm going to need... Okay. So I have two robotics in here that they need to be able to move out of sync, but they also need to be able to move in synchronous. So let me just make sure that they're all aligned correctly. Yes, they are. All right, sick. So these things are going to be structurally what's attached to the pivoting mechanism out here. So what we do is we take more of the thermo bearings, right? This does not need gears, so get rid of those, right? But keep the spacing, make sure that they're nice and straight, and make sure that we align it perfectly to this. Now, we move these out here, right? And what we do is we take this drive shaft piece, it'll move independently of one another, and we take another one of these. Now that front carrier right there is attached to the forward wing. This one will attach to the rear wing, and that'll hold this in place. That should hold that between the other bearing, the spinning bearing, right, and the wing bearing for the tilting mechanism. They ride up against each other to hold everything, to keep everything constricted and hold it in position. I'm not sure if we can get away with that. No. It's gonna have to be like that. Blurst. What's that, Fluffy? That looks so strange, dude. That looks so strange. I hate it a lot. I don't think it would look as strange as a B-52 with, a B-52 with two G90s on it. This one needs to be facing that way. And that carrier is on the rear, so this one
needs to be on the front part of the wing, and that needs to hold my tilting mechanism in position right there, like that. Killer. Okay, now we take these, move them back to our central pivoting axis, right? And then this needs to go out here. You know what I'm saying? This needs to go out here like that. And that's going to hold the tilting mechanism in position. Cool. Were they testing the engine? On what, Chief? On that B-52 picture? Yeah. Is the tank watching on the NSF channel? Yeah, they usually do a tank watching stream. Oh, I got pinged. Hold on. All right. All right, well, that gives us our pivot mechanism, and now all the rotor mechanism has to be attached to that dang bearing right there. That is the real only good way to do this. I did use a blank rotor, though, in the previous design, but that didn't seem to make that much of a difference. I'm just trying to think what's going to hold together here better. Because this part is going to have... Because this is where it pulls the dang vehicle up. This thing is going to have a lot of lateral motion. This is going to want to do this. Or not lateral, up and down motion. We don't... That's why... So what I did before was I took a small rotor like this, and I put it on the end of my pivoting mechanism. And the rotor, right... This part moves independently of this part, and I attached this to the rotating mechanism, and then I took the base plate and strutted it to the wings, making a really nice triangulated box there. Too big, Chief, for this application. Yeah, DH, I see it. You know what? My gut's telling me to use the rotor because that's what worked before. So take my own advice. Use what worked. So what we're going to do is take this assembly right here, move this up in the air, and then I'm going to take this, the rotor plate, and we are going to attach this, but we'll attach it backwards. right? Move this out into position, right? Take these pieces, move those back down like that. Now, what we can do is take this, take a strut from here, and we should be able to attach it to the wing. And that'll make it so this part is what's attached to the engine. Can we radially attach things to that, though? Yes, you can. All right, cool. And do we have... Oh, I have its attachment node. Yeah, okay. We can make this work. All right, so we have a strut that's going to the engine here, and now we need a strut over here, or a strut that's going to the wing. This will... See, now this holds this whole thing together. It acts as a huge carrier now, which is good. That's what we want. So I like to make my struts look nice. I don't just like to attach them. The reason why I try to sit here and make it look good is, you know, like position them correctly and stuff. The reason why I like doing that is because it gives me time to just think about exactly how this strut was attached and what would be the best way to do it. That and I don't know, struts that are just kind of all over the place are kind of aggravating. The game really does like to move them around for you sometimes, depending on how you saved the craft file. Or if you've, like, copied sub-assemblies or something. So I always like to take the time to make sure this is all perfect. Just my build style. Fun to be back into tank watching. It is, isn't it? Okay, so the last thing that I'm going to do, we have these bearing carriers are attached to the back, and one is attached to the front. So I'm going to take one more of these things, right? And then I'm going to add another RCS ball in this design, but it's not going to be a gear. I don't want that. This is the pivoting mechanism for the motor tilt, right? I want this out here like that. On the other side of the fixed housing here, because that's what's attached to the wings. This part won't move, but that part will spin. And I want this on one last carrier bearing on the very outside of this, right? Attached out here, like that, to make sure this doesn't move. It'll clamp the whole thing together. Okay, so now we're just going to test this mechanism here by clocking this thing. We want a clocked mechanism right here, just so we can see, right? Then give me another cubic octag right here like this, right? Move this in here like that. And what's going to happen here is it'll allow us to see the different mechanisms working. So that's the angle of the wing. That's obviously the gear is spinning. This is the angle, will be the angle of our engine, right? Oh, no symmetry. Did I not use symmetry for the last couple of things? No, I didn't. Got to remake it. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is going to work. This is more of a visual aid for you guys here to be able to see this. Just in case anybody's looking at this and going, what are you doing, man? Don't worry, I'll show you. All right. Let's put this thing out on the runway and test that mechanism and make sure everything works correctly. I'm trying to get this done before tank watching, dudes. Or at least a prototype so you guys can see some explosions. Trey, I'll get back to you on that one. All right, so what I want here, right? First thing we got to do, and I got to remember to do this, is to take my main turbo shaft brake out of the braking action group so we can turn it on. Okay, so let's just spin that thing. You guys see it? It spins a lot. Now, if we go here with this, right? Watch. I did not do this right. The strut's attached. See, that cubic octag is attached to the wrong thing. Hey, Trailer Park Tycoon. Pad looks clear. Tank farm is spooling up. I see it. I see it. I'm trying to get this done. This needs to be attached to this piece. I've got to go into AGs, brakes, take the turbo shaft out of the main braking group, go back out. Yo, what's up? So Trailer Park, yeah, this one, dude, yeah, we're cooking here. Let me put it that way. We're cooking. It's cool. I don't know what to expect, dudes. We'll see. All right, so flip this all on. Just cap the RPM at 10 so this is easier to look at. Now, if we take this, right? Engines would be up in this design, right? Yep, they all move independently of each other. And I like shutting the gear on and off because it bounces the vehicle and introduces a shock into it. I'm just looking to see if there's any play here. I don't want any play. This thing needs to all just kind of stay together and nice and strong. I don't see any movement there. Good. Test is good. Okay. One hop, though. Excuse me. Excuse me. One hop. All right, we can get rid of that. I can get rid of my test gear. That is working. Save. All right. Now, what do we want for our engine housing? Let's go into aerodynamic parts. Fan shroud housing should work. Martin, I probably would have done stuff a little bit differently knowing what I know now. If I knew what I knew now 10 years ago, yeah, we probably would have done stuff. I probably would have been probably be a little bit different, but hey, whatever, man. I ain't regretful about how this all turned out. This is fun. I enjoy the hell out of this. Okay, now we need the turning mechanism for need the pivoting mechanism here. Now, these things, I don't want them to be motorized, just completely demotorized, and I do not want them in a rotor brake. Actually, having them on a rotor brake action group is not the stupidest idea, but we're trying to get some minimum viable product working here. So now we copy the gear drive mechanism, right? And we align the gear drive mechanism to the axis here, and then we rotate it 20 degrees, or 15 degrees, or no, 30 degrees, excuse me. Now this goes, our central axis has to be like here. All right, and now the rotor drive axis needs to be back a little bit, like that. There. Actually, we can take the rotor drive axis and just put it forward. We just got to make sure we get good mesh between these gears. You know what? Instead of that small housing, we want. Yeah, give me the one, the bigger, slightly bigger fan shroud. I'll tell you why in a little bit. That gear drive needs to be right there. I use those round landing feet to make the sync gears on a Chinook. The round landing feet? What? That's cool. I mean, I'm not sure how you did that, Louisa, but that's neat. Oh. Oh, yeah, you used them as a clutch plate. All right, I get it. Hi, Sad. What's up? Привет, PY. Как дела? What's up, dude? If only there was an option to sync rotation between the two rotors. Oh, there is. I'm building one. There ain't no option for it. Make it yourself. Doing all right? That's good. Хорошо. Doing all right, man. I'm getting by. Get rid of that. You know what? I'm going to switch back to the smaller fan shroud just because it's a little bit more compact in this design. This will be easier to make the collapsible rotors and whatnot. We don't need that on there. That on there. That is good. Set this to a grandparent part. And it'll go rotor to rotor. All right, so watch this. I'm just going to put little whirligigs on here. Right, just to show you the proof of concept here. You know what? That's all. That's fine. Yeah, Hellfish, well, that was the original plan. Okay, so brakes on, engines. Take this. Now watch, ready? Oh. Got to set same vehicle interaction. I had to step away to make dinner. Rares, looking good. Yeah, we're getting there, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go to AG1 here. Boom, action group slot 1. Hey, 88-month resub. Spasiba. Wedgie. All right, now watch this. Once again, guys, I know that my propellers aren't configured right. They're not in the right orientation. I don't even know if this thing spins the right way, to be honest with you. Too much slip in those gears. All right, let's limit our RPMs just to 30 or something for now. Not doing what I want. I have to move that whole bearing mechanism there. It's not as smooth as the original. So this thing's new position has to be like right there. And then this carrier needs to be in the wing. Or this bearing needs to be in the wing for the pivoting mechanism. That will hold it in position. I think that I had another rotor in here to prevent that from slopping, that from moving around. I think that might be what happened. Roadblocks in position. I know. Let's see if moving the bearing inward fixed it. Pop back into position. I think there's still too much slop in the gears though. But let's just limit the RPM to like 45 and send it. Yeah. Now watch. Ready? See? Making the gear independently pivotable of the drive shaft allows us to transition flight modes right? And the propeller stays spinning. Okay, well, we have a good proof of concept here. Now let's break it. Gear mesh is not good. I guarantee you this will pop right when we try to pivot it. Actually, it's holding together pretty damn well for what it is. There's no way that's gonna survive flight though, dudes. Gears are skipping teeth. Wing redesign? No. So first of all, yeah, that's demotorized. Is that one demotorized? Yeah, that one, we don't need any motor there. It'll keep mass off of the rotating mechanism out here. Prevent it from sagging right at the beginning. Now, this needs to... Oh, there's your problem. Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. It was crooked. That part was crooked. It's probably why we weren't getting a good mesh with the gears, but... See, I'm not sure if that is going to work. That might bind. Let's just... this part was slightly crooked. Oh, my struts weren't in... Please hold.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm an idiot. Man, I'm freaking... not an idiot. I'm rusty. Rusty. These struts were not in symmetry. Well, there's your problem, dingbat. No wonder one side was staying together better than the other. Our blue. Now, did those carry over in sim? Yes, they did. Feels good to be back in the SPH. This is fun. I really hope this thing can work. I did get the other design. I mean, I got it working when we were driving the propellers. Like, this is just a little bit more complicated because we have one motor driving everything. This is a twin rotor synchronized design with one turbo shaft powering everything. I have a singular turbo shaft inside of the wing box of this. And that's powering everything with these RCS gear thingamawhatses. The internals look fun. Saying this is somebody who hasn't built complicated crafts. Yeah. What on earth is this? I'm trying to build something that we saw DARPA make, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agencies. They have a prototype that this thing, it's the X76. It's kind of a next generation tilt rotor design, and the blades actually stow back ride tech. I'll get to that. We'll figure that out when I get my drive mechanism working. But right now, I mean, it's working. Let's see, let's pause. Are my blades in sync? They are way out of sync. Holy crap. Nope. They're not hitting the gears crownless. They're not set to same vehicle interaction. The rotor design is a placeholder. Ignore it for now. So let me go look at how I meshed the gears on the K29 AGR2. What are these rotors attached to? Oh, okay. They're not attached to the wings. They're attached to the landing gear fuel tank? Ooh, clever. Are you going on NSF? I don't know. I don't know. This, yeah, we don't, well, I don't know. I don't know. Because Firefly decided to launch, so we might be a little short-staffed, dudes. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I attached all my carrier bearings to that damn fuel tank. That's it. That's how I did that. I didn't attach it to the wings? Why wouldn't I attach it to the wings? Maybe it's because I wanted it all centered around one part. There was a good reason why I did that. And I'm looking at the mesh for the gears. Okay. So this is a centering, those rotors are there as a centering device. That mechanism is there to hold the gears together and make sure they mesh correctly. What's interesting is that I didn't do that with... Oh, I see how I did it. I held everything together. All right, so let me... Clever. All right. Okay. I see how I did it. I'm going to copy Past EJ because Past EJ probably knows better. And Past EJ, for whatever reason, attached everything to this fuel tank.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm not sure why I did that. I'm going to go ahead and hope that it was a calculated decision. Committee, Boeing Vertol 347 build when? Yes. All right, so how I did that here is get rid of these struts for a second. It looks like I still was strutting stuff to the wings. So what I thought was a good idea was to do this and use this as a carrier to hold that whole mechanism together. I did that for a very good reason. That's what Past EJ did. And then this is to hold the whole tilt mechanism in place. The pivoting drive shaft, though. Okay. All right, I see what I did. All right, let's attach another bearing gear here, like this. Just make sure that's all nice and centered. Make sure that it's perfectly aligned. It's not. So this goes here, like this. And then we're gonna need to attach the fuselage to this RCS bearing, right? So
We're in symmetry, right? Okay, cool. Still planning on coming in? I left your burger out. SpaceX decided to do tank watching soon, Bree. Yeah, so, yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. Give me a second. Okay, no big deal. Now I gotta tell you something, and it's frustrating me, but yeah, we'll I'll tell you later. So let's just make sure that that's our pivoting mechanism that we are selecting. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Sounds like you need a conveyor belt from the house to the shop. All right, move that out for a second. Yeah, right. Move this up here. So what I did was I attached a strut. To this drive here. I put a strut in there that went from there to there. That seems to have worked. Right? On the ball right there. Now this goes back down here like that, and then that piece goes in here like this. The strut is working as a drive axle. Well, not working as a drive axle. It attaches everything to this carrier, keeping everything aligned. Now, this sucker right here needs to dookie. I'm disturbed to hear that EJ is neglecting a burger. Guys, do you want to get this done or not? Like, I want to finish this, homies. We're almost there. I just got to get this mechanism to drive correctly, and then we could put propeller blades on it and fly it. I don't know about you guys. I would prefer to do that, you know? I care more about your well-being than the sweet machine. Yeah, whatever. Whatevs, dog. All right, so now that attaches to the wing like I did before. Attaches there. Keep those like that. And now...
Yeah, it's... So the north-south struts, the ones that are at 12 and 6 on this, are attached to the secondary rotor. And the ones that are attached at 3 and 9 are attached to the first rotor. This, 2 of the struts are attached to one wing, 2 of the struts are attached to the other wing. That's how I made this carrier mechanism so strong. The drive shaft and pivot point carrier mechanism. That's how I made it really strong. I did some trickery. And now we're back to doing trickery again. But it's cool trickery. It's mechanical trickery. We are locked in. Oh yeah, that's good. That's very nice. You know, we'll keep the profile down by flipping that way and flipping that way. Now make sure those are grandparent strutted. They are. It is. Move that back onto our central pivot point. Make sure that is grandparent strutted. Good. Okay. Let's see what we got. Hey, T-Man. All right. Mechanism is held in position. Let's just test the pivoting mechanism first here. I'll be able to tell you if it's working based off of what I see there. Have you thought of making a tunnel between the shop and the house like Colin Furs? That'd be pretty funny, but no. There's too many trees and too much septic tank. Huh? Load-bearing septic tank? Well, yes. Because there's a lot of loads. Yeah. Cool. Not getting good mesh. That might have something to do with it. Why was SVI on that one? On the carrier piece. Oh, that's smooth. Yes. There we go. Now she's holding. Okay, give it to max, put it to maximum RPM. That's the pivoting mechanism. Bro, let's go. Yes. We still have a little bit of mesh problems here, but easily fixable. Look at that, dude. Well, that's pretty neat. I like what I see. I don't like what I see. Damn it. What is that? And why are those there? Oh, I'm an idiot. I know why those are there. Don't worry about that. Never mind. Never mind. You don't need to worry about that. Those things are probably why that was doing what it was doing. The other thing is that one, I want the rotor, the motor mechanism. Yeah, should probably be a little bit stronger. There's your slop. No continual mesh right there. Not good. These pieces need to come inwards a little bit. There were still parts that were crooked here. That piece wasn't aligned correctly. You can tell because if you switch between absolute and local orientation, the arrows will change direction. Yeah, now that's all good. Interesting. Let's, Are you going to be streaming B-19 tests when they start fielding operations? Maybe. Did Firefly... Hang on. Nope. No posts. Now it looks like a proper radial engine. It really does, doesn't it? See pinned comment on that stream. That's the same thing that was happening yesterday, though. That's the same comment that they have pinned yesterday. Is it possible that they still have it pinned on the same stream? Yes, I think that's just the same pinned comment. Now that I got the same vehicle interaction problems figured out with the gear teeth here, I'm going to simplify and add lightness here before we go any further. So this has a center ball piece here. I don't need that. What we could do, what we're going to do, I should say, is take this piece. I'm going to put the gear teeth in 6x symmetry on the rotor part and then move them into position. And then we get rid of the center gear, right? And that eliminates a part. And now the gear teeth are attached directly to the rotor mechanism. Now we take this bad boy, put this sucker back in symmetry, right? Make sure we absolute snap. Now, make sure we still have same vehicle interaction. Sometimes SVI doesn't take over symmetry. Good. Stream should start at 7:30. Cool. Yeah, I think they just forgot to take the pinned comment, guys. Alright. Now that we kind of worked all the kinks out of this thing, let's see how she drives now. Tank watching stream should start in a little under 40 minutes, dudes, by the way. You know what? We'll just put propellers on there, but they'll be placeholders for now. I really hope we have the gumption to make this freaking thing work. One motor driving two rotor assemblies through a gear is going to woof. Guys, why did they delay the moon landing 2 years? The moon landing's in 2028. It's not delayed. It was actually planned to be in 2028. They just, yeah, they didn't delay anything, dude. They shifted around the schedule. Okay. Very smooth. Okay. I have to go back to the how I did the gear drive before that. It did not like that. This design is no good. Yeah, just get rid of that. That's not great at all. It needs to go back to doing this. I saw the gears started to unmesh themselves, if that makes any sense. That was really smooth until it got past 200 RPM. The pitch of the propellers are 90 degrees. Yeah, the propellers are just placeholders. Don't worry about them at all. I'm not trying to get it to take off. I'm just trying to get it to spin without shaking the vehicle to pieces. And that just comes from balancing everything. punched out. All right. Is this 90-degree concept for giggles and engineering content, or is there no way in stock to do this 90-degree drive for the rotors? Oh, no, you can't do this. There's no other way to do this. To make a synchro like this, no. I mean, you could probably do it with software if you wanted to sync RPMs with KRPC, but I like mechanical stuff, so. But not in the stock game, no. All right, I noticed the rotor mechanism is driving up and down like crazy. So what I'm going to do, give me another holder, another bearing holder here. What's happening is when it skips a teeth, this thing wants to move up. I don't want it to move up. We want it to stay in position. So we already have an RCS ball right there. So I'm going to take this mechanism, right? Like, the other thing to take into account, fellas, is that it doesn't necessarily need to, like, you don't need to have rotor sync in KSP. You don't need to have it. It's not like quintessential, but it does. I like it. Yeah, you don't need to do this. I could just put two engines out here. They could completely desync and it's not a big deal. The reason why you don't want your rotors to desync in real life is because you're going to get differential precession, right? And that differential precession can, between your left and right or your forward and back rotor, is going to put all kinds of vibration and acoustic forces through the vehicle, through whatever you're flying. And because most things are made out of aluminum only has so many fatigue cycles that it can go through before aluminum doesn't like bend, it just cracks. Think like concrete, it just cracks. And you have to think about all that when you're building an airplane, right? Where's the load getting put on? What parts are bending? If they're made out of aluminum, there's only so many times it can bend before it'll just snap off. Yeah, the Chinook desync video is a very good example of that, dude. Exactly. That's right, Chuck. Let me make sure we have the rotors up top. This isn't gonna apply. We don't have enough power to lift this whole damn thing, but spin them faster. And it's a drive mechanism, dude. Believe me, I got something planned with what I want to do with this thing. Watch. Hey, Dalton. It's been a while. You've been on a submarine for the last few months. Cool. Sorry, I'm coordinating with NSF about how we're going to do the tank watching today. Okay. Engines are on. Starting up the turbo shaft. All right, try to rotate it. Let's see, ready? Gear popped out. Why is that one popping, but the other one is not? Oh, it went back in. Nope, popped out again. Now I'm wondering if there's a strut that I did out of symmetry. See that? We're getting crazy run out there. Yeah, it pops back in, but that, see, it was happening on one side but not the other. That tells me that, so I did run a carrier strut that goes through there to that bearing. Is it over there on the other side? Yeah, it's there. It's there. Now, why would that do that then? Huh. Okay, that's a little weird. The strut is there. It's connected. See it? It's right there. That strut, the reason why I'm wondering is because that strut is designed to prevent that from happening. Maybe I don't have some same vessel interaction stuff configured correctly. I don't. Yep. You need the bearing. Dude, this side was working without any intermediate bearing. Holy crap, dude. Sometimes the same vessel interaction toggle does not take over symmetry. Dude, that means this thing was superbly smooth without a lot of interaction, vehicle interaction. That's pretty good, man. Pretty happy about that. That is the reason you use the clutch plate method. Yeah, Luiso, yeah. I mean, the clutch would work. Sure. Yeah, use the landing gear as a clutch pressure plate. It's a good idea. But I think that's too big. That's too big for what I'm trying to do here. This is supposed to be tiny. That's why this is such a pain in the butt to make. All right. Okay, control mechanism is active. Engines are on. Torque limiter 25. There's still a little bit of non-continual mesh between the gears. Basically, the gears are doing this. Like when they're going to mesh, there's a little bit of slop. We can tighten out that slop, but it's hard to do in KSP. See that? Now what happened over here? Okay, that popped back into position. I reset the SVI toggle. Just go. See what it does. Dragon Capsule Osprey mix. Yeah. All right, guys, here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the rotor mechanisms and I'm going to move them in just a little bit to see if we can eliminate the slop in this design. Just like that. Now, I have no idea why this bearing decided to act up on me a second ago, but we'll see. I think I learned why those X76 nacelles are long even though there aren't any engines in them. Well, that turbofan thingamajigger's in there, dude. There's a ducted fan in it. At least that's what I got from the patents. Do you think there's something different? Really, Rob? There's Don't tell me I screwed up the symmetry over these things. I don't think so. I think there's 6 gear teeth on each one. Don't do that to me, man. We're good at 154 RPMs, which is not the best, dude. But that's still holding. It's not very bumpy. Yeah, once again, we tweaked the location of the vertical shafts to try and eliminate slop between the gears, try to get them to continually mesh. That's hard to do in KSP. Let's go to 220. Still smooth. $300. $360. We popped a gear. Okay, I'm gonna make a slight change. There's a shaft running nearly the full length of it. Yeah. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I'm actually gonna get rid of that on both sides. That was a little bit of a placement problem, but it's fixed now. Lots of venting from the pad. Great tunes. Thanks, Fluffy. Are you able to construct a housing for the gears? These thermometers are my housing, yeah. I could figure out a way to kind of covered up. This one proverbially just has the guts hanging out. Guys, we're short on time, so here's what's happening. I see it. All right, screw it. We're testing like this. Let's go. The blades are not configured, and some of them are going to spin the wrong way, but... oh, well! We're gonna have to finish this maybe tomorrow or on the other side of, whatever happens in Texas. Firefly just bought 2 kits from us today. You just finished editing the work order. All right, there you go. Okay, sorry, I'm not going to explain it. I saw what went wrong there. I'll fix it right now. Don't forget all the other space news. Yeah, thanks. Dude. Yeah, I know, Creep, but just, yeah. Yeah. You deny... Hey, Bookcase, what's up? You denied us the privilege of seeing everything go wrong all at once. How could you? Nader, 24-month resub. Look, how you doing? All right. Well, that's why I wanted to configure the propellers, so when we take off, this thing will crash and burn because I haven't gotten the systems all balanced yet. But, you know, we could just see it bounce out of socket. If that, I mean, I can give you that if you want. See?
Oh god, that is yeah. Yep, that's I'm good except seeing everything explode. Oh, okay. See, now I want to do that. Now I want to just run it back a little bit because the gears are not totally continual mesh, but they're close. All right. Let's try with this. Commence the jiggling. I hate that they run out like that. Yeah, that's broken. Yeah, I broke that. I did auto strut while it was spinning. It did not like that. It did not like that at all. That was not great. that was not great. that wasn't it did not like that. It was not happy. Wow. All right, this is gonna have to be the last test, dudes. Yeah. Injection nacelles. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Yeah, I meant to do that. Why are we getting so much freaking run out? Like, oh, it's slotted back in. Okay, let's try the pivoter.
So guys, it might seem like those are moving slow, but that's moving at almost maximum RPM, dudes. It's just the refresh rate can't figure it out. No, guys, look. Look, turboshaft RPM is at 450. We're good. That's working. Watch. If I despool it, watch. Oh. Oh. Ho, 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 ho. Well, hello. Well, hello there. Maximum. Go. No, not like that. Come on, come back. No, I broke it. Ah, whatever. Just send it to the moon. That's fine. Not literally, though. It sounds like if we just if we ramp the torque slowly, this thing works. That was working just fine. We just have to implement some control systems. To do. Implement some control systems for slow ramp up of main turbo shaft. Boop. Yeah, we need a reciprocating dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. That's right. That would help. It doesn't seem like everything is quite meshing how I want with this design, but it's pretty damn good. It's pretty close, dude. I don't know, when you're building with mechanics like this, like getting a propeller mechanism to do this is ridiculously hard. You need a crazy amount of torque to get it done. All right. One last test.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's just one more thing I have to do. There I go. Where'd I put that strut? There it is, right here. Get the gear mesh tooth. Just... there. Let's attach that outside rotor instead of attaching it to the housing. Attach it to the gear to prevent the gear from running out. Hey, House, what's up, man? All right. Just one more. I got to see if this works. I'm on a roll right now. We weren't in symmetry, so the left one is not doing it. The right one is holding in position, though. Pretty dang well, actually. Well. Spin it to win it, chat. Let's see what happens. Are they synced? Pretty damn synced. We're getting slightly differential RPM though. Man, I really wish I could feather these props right now. I don't have it bound up. And there's what the oh, that's why they're desynced. That one's spinning backwards. That's pretty smooth. We're getting a little bit of run out. Watch that strut. See how it kind of freaks out for a second and then it goes back. This one doesn't have it. All right. Let's see where we're at. Are we doing some tank watching? Hello? Okay. Yeah, we gotta get going. I gotta remember, you guys, if you're seeing this, I gotta remember to attach that strut in symmetry. We don't have time to redo it right now. So, let's go do some tank watching, shall we? So, on the YouTube side of things, you're gonna have a loss of signal. I'm gonna have to rename this to part 1. Because we haven't even gotten to stowing the blade mechanism or anything. But, let's pause that for a second. But that's going to do it for part 1 of this X76 inspired build. We're going to have to do a part 2. It's just going to have to be tomorrow. We're just going to have to, dudes. Repost, is there a KSP mod with a nuclear ramjet? I am 100% sure somebody has that somewhere, dude. Okay. Shucks. So yeah, we're going to have to work on this tomorrow, pending what's going on with tank watching. But now we'll switch over to Texas tank watching. I'm going to go see if I could join my buddies over there at NSF here to see what's going on with Booster 19. So on YouTube, this will do it for part 1 of this build. I'm going to stop the VOD because I don't want to double stream on YouTube when I'm doing NSF stuff. On Twitch, just stay here. Yeah, momentary loss of signal, and we'll go from there. So on YouTube, stand by for loss of signal as expected. Okay, on Twitch, it's just us, guys. Yeah, we'll figure that out. I'm gonna go see what's going on with NSF. I'm gonna see if let's see if the feed pipes in here. Boop. Ah, yeah. See what we got. Oh, it was doing the thing for a second. Yeah, let's wait, see if the feed comes back. Okay. Oh, they're going live.